Out here, the wild doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care about your training, your gear, or how many trails you've conquered. When night falls in the backcountry, it listens, and sometimes it answers. These are true scary stories, survival horror in wilderness expeditions. First-hand accounts from hikers, rangers, and explorers who walked into the wild and came back changed. Every story you'll hear happened far from help, where rescue is measured in hours and the line between nature and nightmare disappears. You can prepare for the cold. You can prepare for hunger, but nothing prepares you for what's really out there.
My name is Elise Moran. I'm a documentary filmmaker specializing in solo survival expeditions, those long, quiet stretches of isolation where the camera becomes both witness and companion. I've worked in Alaska, Utah, even the Yukon. But this latest project brought me to Northern California, near a forgotten basin known as Granite Hollow. My aim was simple: capture a full 24 hours of solo navigation and shelter building in a wilderness rarely documented since the old mining days. The locals in the small town of Avery Creek had mixed reactions when I mentioned Granite Hollow. The younger people just shrugged, but a man at the gas station, gray beard, oil-stained cap, told me, "GPS goes weird out there. Batteries drain faster than they should. Whole valley messes with electronics." I laughed it off, assuming it was small-town superstition meant to spook tourists. By dawn, I was parked at the end of a logging spur, loading my pack. 2 cameras, 3 fully charged power banks, a GoPro on my shoulder harness, and my main handheld, small enough to keep filming without distraction. The plan was to enter Granite Hollow by noon, film my initial impressions, set up camp before dusk, and start editing notes that night. The first few hours were peaceful. The forest was dry, the air heavy with pine resin. Sunlight cut through in long beams that shimmered with dust and tiny midges. The terrain sloped gradually downward, the ground changing from soft duff to scattered granite slabs. I spoke into the camera as I went, narrating the geography, pointing out signs of old mining roads and water channels. I even joked about the haunted electronics rumor while tapping my camera's side for dramatic effect. Around midday, I reached the rim of the hollow. It was wider than I expected, a shallow bowl bordered by low cliffs and broken rock fields. At its center stood a dry creek bed lined with pale stones that glittered faintly, even in shadow. I remember how still everything felt. Not quiet, exactly. There were insects and the far-off whisper of wind, but the stillness had weight, like sound couldn't carry far here. I set my tripod and filmed a panoramic sweep of the basin. My camera flickered once, the screen dimming before recovering. I frowned, but didn't dwell on it. Tech hiccups happen all the time in the field. By 3 o'clock, I had built a simple lean-to under a rock shelf and set up my camp stove for dinner. That's when the first strange thing happened. While reviewing a short clip I'd filmed earlier, just a walking shot of me crossing the granite flats, I noticed something in the playback. A flicker of motion at the edge of the frame, behind me. It wasn't clear enough to identify. It could have been a shadow, or a heat shimmer, or just compression artifacts from the midday sun. But what bothered me wasn't the image, it was the timing. I hadn't seen or heard anyone while filming. Not a single human sound since I'd entered the hollow. I played it again, frame by frame. At one point, a shape seemed to pass between two trees, upright, blurred, human-sized. I paused and stared, trying to remember whether I'd walked that line twice by accident, maybe layered 2 shots in editing. But this was raw footage, uncut. The air grew colder around that time, though the sun hadn't yet dropped. A thin layer of mist formed in the lower basin, curling around the rocks like smoke. I started to feel uneasy, not afraid, but hyper-aware. I double-checked that my GPS beacon was still sending a steady signal and that my extra batteries were stored dry. Everything seemed fine. At dusk, I filmed a segment near my shelter, talking about the basin's geology and the isolation. My voice echoed faintly off the cliffs, longer and softer than it should have. Then, just as I was about to stop recording, my camera powered off on its own. I pressed the button again, and it flickered back to life. Battery still full. No error message. I set it aside, figuring the circuit might have glitched. When I turned to my pack to prepare dinner, I noticed something else. My GoPro, which I'd left off and face down, was recording. The small red light blinked steadily, lens pointed towards the woods. I hadn't touched it since afternoon. I switched it off, unsettled, but unwilling to jump to conclusions. Maybe the power button had been pressed when I set it down. I told myself that. Still, I packed it away for the night instead of leaving it out. I ate half a meal, drank some water, and tried to focus on reviewing the rest of the day's footage. By the time darkness fell, the temperature dropped sharply. The hollow turned black, save for the faint gleam of my camp lantern bouncing against rock. I sat inside the lean-to with my camera in playback mode. That's when I saw something that made my stomach knot. The GoPro footage, the one I hadn't meant to record, showed my shelter from about 20 feet away. For the first 5 minutes, it was just the still woods and fading light. Then, halfway through, a figure moved into frame. It wasn't distinct, but it was there. Someone, or something, walking just behind where I'd been standing earlier that evening. Slow, steady steps, always outside the focus range. I paused the video, heart pounding, and rewound it twice. There was no mistake. I had been alone all day. Yet on that footage, someone had been walking just behind me.
For a long moment, I just sat there, the glow of my lantern trembling against the tarp as if it shared my nerves. The screen froze on that blurred figure, slightly hunched, turned as though looking straight toward the camera. My mind raced for explanations, lens flare, motion echo, maybe even an animal moving just right to trick the light. But none of those possibilities made sense. The movement was deliberate, upright, and the angle. It was directly behind me, matching my own path through camp. I forced myself to breathe evenly and checked the timestamp. The clip began at 6:43 p.m., after I'd already turned the GoPro off. I remembered the sound of the single beep confirming shutdown. Yet somehow it had powered on again and filmed for 12 minutes before the battery died. That detail bothered me more than the figure itself. Cameras don't just decide to start recording on their own. I replayed the video again, this time with the volume up.
mostly wind and static. But near the end, just before the feed cut out, I thought I heard something faint beneath the noise. A single footstep, then another, then a sound like breathing, too close to the mic to have come from me. I shut the playback off, too aware of the silence pressing in outside. The forest had gone still, completely still. No wind, no insects, even the dry leaves seemed to hold their breath. I told myself I was exhausted, overanalyzing the footage the way editors sometimes do after long isolation. I'd been awake since dawn. I needed rest. I zipped my jacket, dimmed the lantern, and crawled into the sleeping bag. Somewhere in the dark, a branch snapped. It wasn't loud, but in that silence, it cut through like a gunshot. I froze, straining to hear more. Nothing followed. Just that empty, suffocating quiet. After a minute, I reached for my flashlight and scanned outside the shelter. The beam washed over the rocks, the lean shadows of pines, the gray dust of the creek bed. No eye shine, no movement. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. By instinct, I powered my main camera back on and started recording, narrating softly, half as proof for later, half to steady myself. It's 10:02 p.m. Something's moving near camp. Could be wildlife, probably wildlife. The lens caught my own breath fogging the air. Then, mid-sentence, the camera cut off. No low battery warning, no click, just dead. I stared at the blank screen, pressing the power button repeatedly. Nothing. I set it down and checked my phone. No signal, but the time still worked. 10:05 p.m. I decided to wait. I told myself if anything came closer, I'd hear it first. Granite Hollow had the kind of acoustics that carried sound even through the fog. Minutes crawled by. Then something tapped against the tripod outside. Just once, a faint metallic tick, like a finger brushing aluminum. I tightened my grip on the flashlight, swallowed hard, and stepped out of the shelter. The mist had thickened, turning the basin into a soft gray blur. My tripod stood where I'd left it, camera angled toward the hollow floor. But the direction was wrong. It was pointing away from camp now, turned almost 90 degrees toward the ridge. I hadn't touched it. I stepped closer, scanning the ground. There were prints in the dust. At least, I think there were. The granite surface made them indistinct, but something heavy had moved there, dragging slightly between steps. I crouched, following the faint impressions until they faded into the mist. That's when I saw the faint glow of another light farther out. It looked like an LED, cold, blue-white, flickering low near the ground. For a second, I thought it was my backup headlamp, maybe accidentally switched on in my pack. But then the realization hit. My pack was still behind me, inside the lean-to. The light was moving. Slowly, it drifted between the trees, bobbing at about chest height, weaving just enough to mimic a person's walk. I lifted my flashlight, but the beam barely penetrated the haze. The light out there winked once, then disappeared. I waited, counting my heartbeats. 10 seconds, 20, 30. Then the cold air shifted and the faint crunch of footsteps came from the opposite direction, behind me this time. I turned fast, flashlight slicing through the fog. Nothing. Just my shelter, its tarp rippling faintly in the breeze that had suddenly returned. Enough. I backed into the lean-to and zipped the flap halfway shut. I kept the light trained on the opening and waited. Every instinct told me not to make noise, not to call out. If it was a person, I didn't want them knowing I was scared. If it wasn't, well, I didn't want to think about that.
Somewhere later, maybe an hour, maybe less, I drifted in and out of shallow sleep. Each time I woke, I could have sworn I heard faint clicks, like buttons being pressed. When I finally sat up for good, the lantern had burned down to a dull glow. My camera bag lay open beside me. The GoPro was on, recording. It sat upright on its small mount, lens aimed directly at me. My skin went cold. I didn't move first, afraid even to breathe. The red light blinked steadily, reflecting off the tarp. Then, just as I reached toward it, the camera shut off by itself. I grabbed it, checked the buttons. None were pressed. The battery indicator still showed full. I rewound the playback right there, hands shaking. At first, the footage was simple. Me sleeping, shifting slightly in the bag, the lantern's dim pulse. Then, maybe 5 minutes in, a shadow crossed the screen. Not a trick of light, not a bug or dust, a figure. It passed behind the camera, close enough to block most of the view for 2 full seconds. The shape was human, the movement slow, almost measured. The sound of my own breathing deepened as I watched. When the shadow disappeared, the camera remained still. Then a faint whisper brushed through the audio track. 3 words I couldn't fully catch. Something like, "You're not done," or maybe, "You're not alone." I replayed it 5 times, but the noise distortion made it impossible to be sure. The last few seconds of the clip were even worse. At the end of the footage, the shadow leaned close, too close until the frame went almost black. And just before the file cut out, there was a flicker of my own face on the screen, as though I'd turned toward the lens in that instant. Only I hadn't. I didn't even move. My pulse hammered so hard I felt dizzy. I shut the GoPro off, stuffed it deep into my pack, and forced myself to think logically. Someone had followed me in here. That was the simplest explanation. Maybe they'd found my coordinates online. Maybe they wanted to scare me off. Either way, I needed to leave. I stepped out of the shelter, dawn barely beginning to tint the fog. The world was silent again, except for the occasional drip of condensation from the rocks. I started packing fast, camera, tent, food, gear, throwing it together with none of the usual care I gave my kit. My only thought was to reach the truck before the light fully broke. That's when I noticed the footprints. They circled my camp, broad, shallow impressions in the dust, pacing around the lean-to as if someone had been walking there for hours. But here's what froze me. Every print was mine. Same boot size, same tread pattern, even the small chip near my left heel. Except for one detail. Each track faced toward my shelter. None led away. And just as I bent to look closer, the faint click of a camera shutter echoed from somewhere deep in the hollow.
The sound of the shutter didn't fade. It echoed, bouncing between the cliffs until it was impossible to tell where it began or ended. My body went still, every sense waiting. Then I heard it again, closer this time, sharper. Someone or something was taking photos in the fog. I forced myself to move. My legs felt heavy, but instinct took over. I switched my camera back on, hoping the record light might keep me steady. "It's just after dawn," I whispered, voice barely holding together. I heard a camera, north side of the basin. Saying it out loud made it sound smaller, almost normal, though the air around me disagreed. The fog lay thick across Granite Hollow, soft as wool, muting every edge. I stepped slowly toward the sound, trying to track the direction, but the echo kept shifting. Each time it came, it felt both near and far, like the valley itself was breathing through the rocks. When I reached the dry creek bed, I froze. There, half buried in gray dust, lay one of my cameras, the main one from my tripod. The screen still glowed, faintly flickering, like it had been filming until moments ago. One tripod leg was bent, the lens pointed slightly upward toward the ridge I'd just descended. I crouched, replayed the clip. For the first minute, it was only fog and stillness. Then something moved through the mist, a figure. The shape was tall, slightly hunched, walking behind where I'd been camped the night before. It wasn't clear enough to make out a face, but the outline. It wore the same jacket I did, the same backpack, the same slow, deliberate gait. When it passed the camera, its hand brushed the lens, and for one instant, the reflection showed a face. Mine. My throat closed. I turned off the playback and scanned the horizon. Nothing moved. The fog felt heavier now, pressing down like weight. I picked up the camera and slung it across my chest, trying to keep my hands from shaking. Something flickered in the corner of my vision, a faint blue-white light deeper in the hollow. For a second, I thought it was the reflection of my own headlamp. Then it moved. It drifted low across the creek bed, bobbing gently as though someone walked with a lantern. The mist swirled around it, hiding and revealing it in intervals. I started toward it, slow steps over slick stone, drawn despite every warning in my body. The light flickered once, twice, then vanished. A single click sounded behind me. I spun. No one. Only mist and rock. But something metallic glinted at my feet. A small camera mount, one I didn't recognize. It wasn't mine. I knelt, brushing away grit. The mount was old, rusted, half-eaten by the elements. Faint lettering was carved on one side. TH, 2009. The name jolted me. Weeks earlier, I'd read about a woman named Tessa Hall, a solo filmmaker who disappeared near this region, Granite Hollow. They'd never found her. I stared at the initials until my vision swam. Then another shudder echoed, this one so close it vibrated in my chest. I whipped around, beams slicing through fog, and caught a glimpse of something pale moving between the pines. Not running, drifting. My first real fear hit then, the kind that burns up your logic. I backed up fast, stumbling over a rock. The camera in my hand kept recording, though my focus was on the sound. Footsteps now, soft but definite. They stopped when I stopped. The silence that followed was worse. "Who's there?" My voice broke halfway through the question. The echo bounced back, delayed, faintly distorted, as if it came from farther inside the hollow. "Who's there?" The repetition didn't sound like me. I forced myself toward the ridge, one slow step at a time, counting each breath. The fog thinned just enough to show outlines of boulders and tree trunks. When I reached the slope leading up, I paused to orient my GPS. The screen flickered once, then died, leaving only a static haze. The wind rose suddenly, sharp and cold. It carried with it a faint, rhythmic sound like soft fingers tapping glass. I turned toward it and saw the glow again, fainter now, hovering near the rocks where my shelter had been. Only there was no shelter anymore. The tarp, the poles, the stones, all gone. In their place, the dust was perfectly smooth, like nothing had ever been built there. Then I saw the prints. They circled the spot, boot tracks matching mine exactly, right down to the cut on the left heel. But unlike before, these ones weren't still.
They changed. As I watched, the outermost track deepened, the edges collapsing inward as if someone had just stepped there. And yet there was no one. The tapping grew louder, nearer, echoing from somewhere unseen. I grabbed my pack, turned toward the ridge, and ran. My heartbeat drowned out the rest. Each breath felt like ice. The mist swallowed my trail, erasing everything behind me as though I'd never crossed it. When I finally reached a shelf of rock high enough to see the hollow below, I stopped, gasping. The entire basin was veiled in that same low fog, but beneath it, faint lights moved, small, blinking, rhythmic, dozens of them. For a heartbeat, I thought they were stars reflected on water. Then I realized what they were. Cameras. Their record lights blinked red through the fog, scattered across the basin floor in every direction. Some were mine, some weren't. A forest of unblinking eyes, all aimed upward. I took a shaky step back, unable to look away. Then from behind, a click, right next to my ear. I turned, flashlight trembling. A figure stood just beyond the edge of my light. Not hidden this time, not vague. It was me, or something wearing me. Same jacket, same camera strap, even the small tear on the right sleeve I'd snagged that morning. Its face caught the beam only for a second, long enough for me to see that its eyes reflected light like glass. It raised a camera and pointed it at me. I flinched, expecting the flash, but there was no light, no sound, just that still, unnatural poise. I lifted my own camera without thinking, reflex more than courage. The figure tilted its head, like mirroring me, then slowly lowered its lens. The air thickened, pressing against my ears. I stepped back once more. My heel caught loose gravel, and I slipped hard onto the rock. When I blinked, the figure was gone. Only the fog remained, curling in gentle spirals where it had stood. I didn't run. I couldn't. I just stood there, camera still rolling, whispering into the lens because I didn't know what else to do. Granite Hollow. If anyone finds this, there's something here that copies you, or watches you. I don't know which. It knows when you look at it. A faint shutter clicked again, this time from the camera still hanging around my neck, even though I hadn't touched it.
The last thing I remember clearly was that single click, the one that came from the camera hanging against my chest even though I hadn't moved a muscle. The sound was too crisp, too exact. I looked down and saw the recording light blink once, then twice, before going dead. The battery had been full minutes earlier. After that, the valley seemed to tilt, the fog pressed tighter, the light flattening until the world looked drained of depth. My sense of direction collapsed with it. I didn't know which way led out anymore. All I knew was that I had to keep climbing. Uphill meant escape, or at least a view. Every few steps, I looked back. Each time it felt like the hollow behind me had shifted. Rocks in new places, trees standing where open ground had been. The more I moved, the more the basin rearranged itself, like I was walking inside a photograph that refused to stay still. By mid-morning, the mist began to lift in thin curls, revealing more of the granite rim above. My breath came ragged, raw from the cold. When I stopped to rest, I realized my camera strap had cut into my neck from clutching it too tightly. The lens cap was missing. I didn't remember removing it. I tried powering it on again. This time it hummed to life, no glitch, no delay. Relief washed through me. The screen showed static for a moment, then switched to playback automatically. The video wasn't mine. It showed the ridge ahead, filmed from behind a rock. The angle faced me, zoomed in just enough to catch my movements from the last 5 minutes. Me climbing, pausing, looking back.
my exact motions down to the tilt of my head. My chest went cold. Someone had filmed this and somehow fed it into my own camera. The final seconds showed me stopping, turning toward the lens, right here, right now, and raising my camera. The same moment I was living, the same breath. Then the screen froze. I shut it off and almost threw it into the ravine, but a part of me, maybe the part still pretending to be rational, couldn't. If this was evidence, I needed it. I needed something to prove what happened. The light was stronger now, pale sun leaking through thin clouds. I climbed the rest of the way to the ridge, heart hammering, and finally saw the forest stretching beyond Granite Hollow. Black pines, wet and real, leading down toward the old road. The sight nearly broke me with relief. But the relief didn't last. The forest below wasn't where it should have been. The horizon was wrong, flipped, like the image had mirrored itself. Every ridge, every slope inverted. Even the sun sat on the opposite side of the sky. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, but the view didn't change. Behind me, another shudder. This time it came from only a few feet away. I turned slow, not sure I wanted to see what was there. It was me again, or rather, it was the shape that had stolen my outline. Same build, same pack, even the same scrape on the cheek from when I had fallen earlier. It stood at the base of the ridge, half shrouded in mist. The light hit its face at an angle that made the eyes look hollow. It didn't move at first. Then it lifted its camera and stepped forward. The shutter clicked once. Then again, and with each flashless click, the world around it dimmed. Rocks losing color, air flattening into that strange half-light again. My head buzzed like static. I raised my own camera, not to fight, but out of pure instinct. Maybe if it saw itself reflected, maybe if the lens met the lens, something would break. The figure paused. Its hand lowered slightly, then jerked back up in sync with mine, mimicking every motion perfectly. We were two mirrors locked in delay, each one slightly behind the other. I whispered, "Stop," though I wasn't sure which of us said it. The echo came back a fraction too soon, like the valley had already predicted my words. The copy stepped closer. I could see now it wasn't a solid thing. It wavered, edges rippling, as if filmed through heat. Its mouth opened, soundless at first, then carrying the faintest whisper. "Keep filming." It wasn't a threat. It sounded like instruction. I stumbled back, tripping on loose gravel, camera clutched to my chest. The figure moved the same way, only smoother, never losing balance. When I hit the ground, it stopped at the ridge's edge and lowered its lens. Then, as if some invisible cord had been cut, it collapsed into mist and vanished. Silence flooded back. I sat there for what might have been minutes or hours. The light shifted, the fog thinned completely, and the hollow below looked almost ordinary again. Just granite, dead trees, and the curve of a dry creek. Nothing strange, nothing impossible. I climbed down slowly, half expecting to wake up in the same spot I'd started, caught in some endless loop. But the landmark stayed constant this time. When I reached the basin floor, the temperature had warmed. Birds chirped faintly from the rim, and for a moment I could almost pretend it had been exhaustion all along. Until I found the cameras, all of them, scattered across the basin in neat lines, 20, maybe 30, each one facing inward toward the center of the hollow. Some were mine, some were older, different models, years out of production. Others I didn't recognize at all. Every lens was aimed at one point, the place where I stood. A soft whir filled the air, mechanical and synchronized, like 100 shutters half-pressed. I lifted my camera, pointed it outward, and saw my reflection ripple across all the glass eyes at once, dozens of me frozen mid-breath. Then one by one, they started recording, red lights blinking on in perfect unison. The sound built slowly, a rising staccato of clicks, each one echoing off the rock until it became a single vibrating tone. The light dimmed again, my vision blurring with it. For a heartbeat, it felt like my body stretched thin across all those reflections, existing in every lens, in every frame. And then, stillness. When the sound stopped, the cameras were gone. The ground was bare, except for one object lying in the dust before me. A single memory card, silver sticker labeled in faint marker, E. Moran, Day 4. My hands shook when I picked it up. It was warm to the touch. I left Granite Hollow without filming another second. The forest looked normal again by the time I reached the truck, the air sharp with pine, sunlight cutting through cleanly, no fog, no echoes. Back home, it took me days before I had the courage to check the card. There were only 3 clips. The first was my setup footage from morning, normal. The second was the GoPro angle from my camp, the one with the figure behind me. The third clip was something else entirely. It showed me walking out of Granite Hollow, camera in hand. I wasn't filming, but the view followed me anyway, from a few feet behind. The timestamp said 7:12 p.m., hours after I'd already driven away. I stopped watching halfway through, because near the end, my figure in the footage turned back toward the lens, smiled faintly, and whispered, "Keep filming."
My name is Nathan Cole. I am 34 years old and based out of Reno, Nevada. For the past 6 years, I have trained and competed as an ultra runner, focusing on self-supported desert routes. I am accustomed to heat management, dehydration risk, and navigation under fatigue. On May 17th, 2022, I set out to run a one-day solo crossing of the Split Mesa Corridor, an unmarked 40-mile stretch of alkali flats and basalt ridges between Highway 50 and the old mining road near Rawhide. I chose the route because it tested 2 things I trusted most: my preparation and my ability to endure silence. The plan was simple. I would start before sunrise, cache my water at 3 points during the first leg, then loop back by evening to retrieve each one on the return. The weather that morning was clear, no wind, no haze, and temperatures still in the 50s. I carried a 20-liter vest, GPS tracker, and 6 liters of water divided between the caches and my pack. The sun was just a thin blade on the horizon when I began jogging across the white crust. Each step sounded hollow, like running on old bone. By mile 7, I reached the first cache location, a cluster of dark rocks marking a break in the terrain. I set down a gallon bottle, shaded it with a square of reflective tarp, and logged the coordinates. I did the same at mile 13, and again near mile 19, where the ground rose toward a ridge scattered with mesquite. Each stop, I double-checked the seals, recorded the time, and moved on. I wasn't superstitious, but I still made a habit of tapping each bottle twice before leaving. A small routine to tell myself it was safe, accounted for, real. The day grew sharp and white by noon. Heat shimmered so violently the land looked like water itself. The air carried the faint tang of minerals, the kind that dries your throat even when you're breathing through your nose. I slowed to a hike, legs already caked in dust. Around 2 p.m., I turned at my halfway point, a rocky saddle overlooking a dry basin. My GPS said 20 miles exactly. That was where I sat, stretched, and forced myself to drink the last of what I carried. I remember thinking how quiet it was. No wind, no insects, not even the low hum of distant power lines. Just the scrape of my bottle's cap breaking the stillness. I started back at 2:40 p.m. The light had thickened, and every ridge seemed to trade places with the next. By 3:30, the heat was brutal enough that I wrapped a bandana over my head. I expected to hit the first cache by 4. When I finally saw the pile of rocks glinting ahead, relief came first, then confusion.
The tarp had shifted, curling up from the corner like something had tugged it. The bottle underneath was upright, cap on tight, but beaded with condensation. That shouldn't have been possible. The desert air was too dry. Still, the seal looked unbroken, so I told myself maybe the tarp had trapped humidity from the morning. I unscrewed the cap, took a cautious sip, and froze. It was cool, clear, but it wasn't water. It had no taste at all. No mineral tang, no faint plastic note from the jug, nothing. It slid over my tongue like air turned liquid. I swallowed once, then spat the second mouthful. My stomach twisted almost immediately. The nausea passed quickly, but the unease didn't. I poured a bit onto my wrist and rubbed it between my fingers. It evaporated slower than water, leaving no mark, no residue. I sealed the bottle again and stared at it for maybe a half a minute before deciding it had to be some sort of contamination. Maybe condensation dripped from the tarp overnight. Maybe the plastic reacted with the sun. Whatever it was, I didn't drink more. I pushed on to the next cache, conserving what little was left in my flask. The wind picked up for the first time that day, a long, dry sweep across the flats. By the time I reached mile 13 again, shadows had stretched over the salt crust. The second cache lay right where I left it, perfectly aligned with the rock marker. But the bottle looked different. It was upright, yes, but the dust around it had been disturbed, as if someone had brushed it clean. I bent down, and my chest tightened. The jug was full to the neck, again sealed, again beaded with moisture. This time, I didn't touch it. I crouched there, watching the last light flatten against the mesa. There were no footprints, no tire marks, no sign of another person. My GPS tracker showed no anomalies, no recorded movement besides mine. I even checked my camera phone, hoping to find an explanation that made sense. It was just sitting there, as though someone had quietly replaced the bottle while I was gone. By the time I reached the last cache, the one near mile 7, the sun had dropped behind the ridge. The ground cooled fast, but the horizon still glowed with heat. I found the last bottle exactly as before, shaded, upright, and full. The same impossible clarity. I knelt, palms on my knees, feeling my pulse hammer behind my ears. My throat was cracked and swollen, but I didn't open it. I couldn't. I kept moving. The final 7 miles blurred into one long stretch of night-colored silence. My headlamp cut a narrow beam over the salt crust, scattering insects I hadn't seen all day. My lips split when I tried to swallow. Twice I considered turning back, and twice I didn't. At mile 3, my GPS battery died. At mile 2, my flashlight flickered. By the time I reached the highway shoulder, the stars had already taken the sky. I collapsed beside my truck, throat raw and vision trembling. It took minutes before I could move again. The first sound I heard wasn't the wind or the hum of distant traffic. It was the faint slosh of something shifting in the back seat where my spare water jugs were stored. I turned my head like that way, and the beam caught their plastic curves, each one standing upright, sealed, and beaded with the same impossible condensation. I didn't move at first. The air had gone thin, and the temperature had dropped nearly 30 degrees since sunset. My shirt clung to me, stiff with salt, and I could smell my own sweat souring in the cold. The only sound came from the cooling metal of the truck and that soft, shifting splash from the back seat, like a hand brushing the side of a bucket. I forced myself upright. Every muscle in my legs screamed. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I stepped closer. There were 3-gallon jugs lined up exactly as I'd left them that morning.
except for one detail. They were all full. I knew they hadn't been. I'd taken 2 liters from each before starting out, leaving space so they wouldn't burst if the truck heated up. Now the water level sat flush with the neck. I leaned close and saw the same faint beads of moisture gathering around the caps, even though the inside of the cab was bone dry. I unscrewed one slowly. No hiss of pressure, no smell. I tipped it, letting a few drops fall onto the dirt. They hit like oil. Thick, clear, catching the moonlight longer than they should before soaking in. For a moment, I considered calling someone, my girlfriend or maybe the local ranger station, but what would I say? My water refilled itself? Out there, exhaustion could twist logic into something that felt perfectly reasonable. People hallucinated. They lost hours. I'd seen it happen during 100-mile runs when bodies started cannibalizing their own reserves. The mind bent easy in that kind of heat. So I told myself that's all it was, a trick of dehydration. Maybe I'd never poured from those jugs earlier. Maybe I'd misremembered. I forced that idea to stick, because it was the only one that didn't make me feel insane. I climbed into the cab, started the engine, and cranked the air. The dashboard light bled across my hands, showing how badly they were shaking. I drank from a sealed bottle of store-bought water that I'd kept for emergencies. Cool, metallic, normal. Then I sat there until my breathing evened out. By the time I pulled onto the gravel road, it was nearly midnight. The desert stretched wide and black, every horizon glowing faintly like cooled iron. I drove slowly, headlights bouncing off the white crust. It took an hour to reach the service station at Rawhide, an old trailer shack that doubled as a supply outpost for prospectors. The guy who ran it, an older man named Harris, was still awake, sitting outside under a bare bulb listening to a small radio. He looked up as I parked. "Hell of a night for running," he said. His voice had the flat drawl of someone who'd lived too long with sand in their teeth. "Training loop," I managed. "Split Mesa route." He gave a low whistle. "No one does that one alone." I smiled without meaning to. "Guess I do." He stood up, stretching his back. "You need fuel or just water?" That word twisted something in me. I forced a laugh. "Water," I said, though I wasn't sure I meant it. He disappeared into the trailer, came back with a 2-liter bottle and handed it over. "Well water," he said. "Tastes like metal, but it's clean." I twisted the cap open, sniffed it, then took a swallow. The tang hit instantly. Iron and limestone. My shoulders dropped. I hadn't realized how tense I'd been until that taste reminded me what real water felt like. "You okay?" Harris asked. "Yeah," I said, though my voice cracked. "Just dehydrated." He nodded, studying me. "You spend enough time out there, you start seeing things. You hear stuff, too. Echoes travel weird at night." I met his eyes. "Echoes of what?" "Yourself, sometimes," he said. Then he grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes. I paid, thanked him, and started to leave. "Hey!" he called after me. "Don't leave your gear lying around out there. The desert keeps what it likes." I didn't answer. The drive back to Reno took nearly 4 hours. I stopped once to rest near Fallon, parked off the highway, and stepped out to stretch. The night was still. My phone had no signal. I popped the truck's rear door again and checked the jugs. Still full, still perfectly clear. For a moment, I stared at my reflection in one of them. The curve of the plastic made my face look wrong, thinner, pulled. I lifted a bottle to pour it out, but something about the stillness stopped me. I realized how quiet it was. No wind, no hum of power lines, no traffic, just my heartbeat. So, I set the bottle down and drove the rest of the way home. I reached my apartment around 5 in the morning, muscles locking up as soon as I stepped inside. I dropped my pack by the door and left the bottles in the truck. I didn't want to see them. I took a long shower, letting the water burn my skin. When I closed my eyes, I saw the desert light shimmering white and endless. By the time I collapsed into bed, the sun was already climbing. I slept maybe an hour before jerking awake, dry-mouthed, heart pounding. The air smelled faintly chemical. I sat up and saw a dark patch spreading across the carpet near the door. My first thought was that I'd spilled something from my pack, but when I got closer, the patch shimmered. It wasn't wet exactly, it was as if the fibers of the rug were sweating. I touched it. My fingertips came away damp, the same cool, clear liquid. I stood there for a long time staring at the small dark circle as it slowly shrank back into the carpet, leaving no stain, no scent. Then, I went outside. The truck sat in the lot, dusted with morning grit. Inside, all 3 jugs were empty, bone dry. The caps lay beside them, lined up in a neat row along the seat.
The air outside was already warming, but I couldn't feel it. My fingers were numb, and the light looked wrong. Too clean, too sharp, as if the world had been scrubbed of every shadow. I stood by the truck door, staring at the empty jugs. Each one glistened faintly inside, like they'd been rinsed out seconds ago. No smell, no residue. The dust around the tires was undisturbed. No footprints, no sign that anyone had come near. I told myself to focus. Sleep deprivation could play tricks worse than heat ever could. I'd run nearly 40 miles, eaten nothing but gels, and drank maybe 2 liters all day. Hallucinations made sense, so I photographed the jugs, the seat, the open caps, everything. My phone time-stamped the images, 6:12 a.m. I needed proof later that the scene looked exactly as I remembered. Then I drove to the lab. I worked part-time at a small endurance training center near Reno, one that partnered with a local university's physiology department. They had a hydration testing lab, mostly used for electrolyte balance studies. The technician on duty that morning, a grad student named Max, was one of the few people I trusted. When I arrived, he looked like I'd crawled out of the desert itself. "You look fried, man," he said. "You need fluids?" "I already had fluids," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. "I need to test something." He raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask questions. I carried one of the jugs inside. It was lighter now, bone dry except for the trace of that impossible condensation clinging to the rim. Under the fluorescent lights, it looked ordinary again. I told him to swab the inside, test for any trace compounds, minerals, salts, organics, anything. He shrugged, pulled on gloves, and did as I asked. The machine hummed for a while, lights blinking across the analyzer. Then he frowned at the display. 0 parts per million. That's not possible. Even distilled water reads something. I told him to run it again. He did. Same result. "You sterilized this?" I shook my head. "I drank it." That got his attention. "How much?" a mouthful. He leaned back, suddenly cautious. You feel sick? No, just tired. He hesitated. Nathan, whatever this is, it's not water. Even pure lab-grade deionized stuff doesn't read 0. That means the analyzer can't detect any compound at all. Not hydrogen, not oxygen. It's blank. I didn't answer. The hum of the machine filled the space between us. Look, he said, trying for calm. I've seen contamination cause weird readings, but this is nothing. Like the sample doesn't exist. I asked him to print the report. He did, sliding the thin sheet across the counter. The paper trembled in my hands. Can you check it under the scope? I said. He sighed, but agreed. Under the microscope, the droplet we'd lifted onto a slide refracted the light strangely, almost too evenly. There were no particulates, no microbubbles, just a flawless lens. It bent the lab's white light into a faint spectrum at the edges, as if pretending to be water but lacking whatever made water alive. Max turned off the scope. You should get some rest, man. Seriously. I'll run a few more scans, but go home. I nodded, though I didn't move. My brain felt like sand pouring through a sieve. I thanked him, left the jug behind, and drove aimlessly through town, not trusting my own sense of direction. By 9 a.m., I found myself parked outside my apartment again. I still hadn't eaten. The carpet stain was gone, perfectly dry. I opened the windows to air the place out. Sunlight spilled across the floor, ordinary and steady. For a moment, I almost convinced myself it had all been fatigue. Then I noticed the sink. The metal basin was dry, but the tap handle glistened, just faintly, like morning dew. I wiped it with a paper towel, tossed it out, and turned the faucet. The water sputtered once, then ran steady. I filled a glass, stared at it for a long time, then drank. It was fine. Normal. Chlorinated city water. I exhaled. My reflection in the glass looked exhausted, but human again. I showered, ate something small, and sat by the window until my hands stopped shaking. Around noon, my phone buzzed. Max. I picked up. Hey, he said, his tone low. I ran that sample again. Still reads 0, but there's something else. You didn't leave any residue on the swab, like the droplet took it with it. Took it? Yeah, the fibers from the swab. It dissolved them. Didn't burn, didn't melt, just gone. You sure you didn't spill some solvents in there? No. Then I don't know what to tell you. I'm filing it as machine error. You should too. The line clicked dead. I set the phone down, staring at my hands. They were trembling again. The apartment was quiet except for the faint hum of the fridge. I could hear my pulse in my ears. Every muscle in my body told me to rest, but something kept me alert. The thought of that liquid spreading, refilling, vanishing, as if it understood where I'd be before I got there. I walked outside again. The truck sat under the noon sun, paint shimmering. I opened the back door. The jugs were still empty, but a smell hung in the air now. A faint, metallic scent like struck stone. I closed the door and stepped back. My reflection in the window warped under the heat, and for a split second it looked like the glass was rippling. I blinked, and it was gone. By late afternoon, I'd packed a duffel with the remaining gear and drove back toward Split Mesa. I told myself it was for closure, to retrieve the cash bottles I'd left out there, to confirm everything was just light and exhaustion. But the truth was simpler. I couldn't stop thinking about that first taste, the way it felt like swallowing something alive but untraceable. The road wound east into empty country. The sun hung low behind me, burning a long reflection across the windshield. I followed the same turnoffs, the same dirt tracks. By 5 p.m., I was standing at the edge of the flats again, pack on my shoulders, GPS in hand. The land looked unchanged, white, silent, endless. But the wind carried a smell this time, faint but familiar, metallic, dry. I started walking. I walked until the truck vanished behind me, swallowed by heat shimmer. The horizon pressed flat and white in every direction. The air had that metallic tang again, faint but constant, as if the land itself remembered me. My boots crunched through the salt crust. The GPS blinked a steady green light, coordinates leading me back to the first cache site, the cluster of basalt rocks where the desert had first started lying to me. The light was shifting toward evening. Shadows lengthened across the flats, thin as wires. Each breath scraped my throat raw. I hadn't packed much, just a liter of real water, the report Max printed, and my camera. I told myself I'd photograph every cache location, every detail, then go home. Proof that fatigue had written the story wrong. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the first waypoint. The rocks stood just as I remembered, black teeth against the pale earth. I slowed, scanning the ground. No tarp this time, no bottle, just a faint circular imprint where one had rested. I crouched and ran my hand over it. The soil was cold, unnaturally so, as if the sun had never touched it. When I lifted my palm, it glistened faintly. Moisture, maybe. I rubbed my fingers together and felt that same resistance, that faint viscosity. I recorded a short video, narrating out loud to anchor myself in something real. Date, time, temperature, coordinates. My voice sounded detached, like it belonged to a stranger. Then I turned toward the second cache, the one farther along the ridge. The wind had picked up, carrying thin trails of dust that vanished before reaching me. By the time I reached it, the sky had bled into copper. The ridge cast a long shadow down the flats. I recognized the rock formation immediately. The bottle should have been buried halfway beneath it. But there was no bottle, just the narrow depression in the crust, darker than the rest, the edges faintly damp. I pressed the camera close and saw tiny points of light flicker in the moisture, like stars trapped under the surface. I leaned back fast, nearly losing balance. My heart pounded so loud it felt visible. I waited until my breathing steadied, then looked again. The light was gone, just wet salt. I poured a bit of my real water onto the spot, half expecting it to sizzle or sink, but it only darkened the soil further. For a moment I thought I'd proven it all, just heat distortion and nerves. But then the dark patch began to spread outward, slow and deliberate, like ink through paper. I stumbled back. The ground hissed faintly, releasing a smell that made the back of my throat tighten. Metal, dust, ozone. My rational mind kicked in hard. Subsurface seepage, maybe a reaction with minerals. Nothing mystical. I told myself that again and again. Still, I kept backing away until I was halfway down the slope. I checked the GPS, still tracking fine. No anomaly, no loss of time. I forced myself onward. The final cache sat near the base of a shallow basin, a half-mile east. By the time I reached it, the last light had burned out of the sky. I switched on my headlamp. The beam caught the glint of plastic immediately, something upright in the dust. I froze. The last bottle was back. It stood exactly where I'd placed it 2 days before, cap sealed, surface beaded with moisture. My breath caught. I circled it once, shining the light across every angle. No footprints except mine. I crouched, touched the side. It was cold. I told myself not to open it. I'd made that mistake once. But the part of me that trained for years, the part that believed every mystery could be measured and logged, couldn't walk away without proof. I twisted the cap. No sound, no hiss, just a faint movement inside, like something settling. I tipped the bottle slightly. The liquid slid slower than water should. I raised it toward the light. It looked clear, but as it caught the beam, it reflected nothing. No glare, no distortion, no image of my own face through it, just absence. I exhaled through clenched teeth. My hand was shaking so badly that a small droplet spilled onto the ground. It didn't soak in. It just sat there, pulsing faintly before thinning into nothing. I sealed the bottle and backed away. I didn't run, not yet, but every nerve in my body screamed to leave. I turned toward the truck's direction, line of sight vanishing into black. I walked fast, then faster. The desert at night felt wrong, in ways I couldn't name, like it wasn't empty anymore, but full of something I couldn't see. Halfway back, the GPS flickered, then died. The display went dark. The silence deepened. For a long time, I walked by memory, counting paces, tracking faint starlight. The wind carried a whisper of movement behind me. No distinct sound, just the subtle rhythm of footsteps sinking to my own. I stopped. So did they. I told myself it was echo, acoustics bouncing off the ridges. That was the only thing that fit. I moved again. The rhythm returned, one beat late. When I finally reached the truck, the horizon had started paling. The bottle sat in my hand like a living thing. I set it gently on the passenger seat and shut the door. My chest ached, my mouth was cracked with thirst, but I didn't reach for the liquid again. I just drove. By the time I hit pavement, the sun had cleared the mesa. I kept driving, eyes fixed on the road. My skin felt coated in dust that wouldn't wipe off. When I reached the outskirts of Reno, I didn't go home. I drove straight to a public landfill on the east side, parked by the disposal trench, and carried the bottle to the edge. I looked at it one last time, still full, still clear, condensation forming even in the morning chill. Then I threw it as hard as I could. It hit a rock and burst, not like plastic giving way, but like glass under pressure. No splash followed, just a sound, thin, hollow, final. When I looked down, the ground was dry. I don't know what the substance was or how it followed me. The lab report never made it into official records. Max said the file corrupted. Every attempt to print it came out blank. Maybe the analyzer failed. Maybe I did. All I know is this. I still run, but I never cache water anymore. I carry what I can hold, and when I stop to drink, I make sure the bottle is already half empty before I start, because I've learned the desert has a way of giving back things you don't want returned.
My name is Dana Reeve. I work as a canoe guide across the boundary routes of northern Ontario, where the lakes stretch for miles and the portages test the strength of even the most seasoned paddlers. I've spent 12 years leading expeditions through that vast maze of water and spruce, and though I've seen tempests, injuries, and the kind of silence that can make a person lose their grip on reason, nothing unsettled me like the events of last June, an early season trip that should have been routine. We set out with 4 clients, 5 canoes, and a week's worth of supplies. By the end of the second day, one man was gone, and his paddle wouldn't stop finding its way back to us. The group consisted of 5 in total, myself and 4 guests. Aaron, a teacher from Sudbury, Callum, a quiet man in his 50s who'd said little beyond nods, the Frasers, a married couple who'd done guided trips before, and a young guy named Brett, who'd signed up at the last minute. Brett was inexperienced but eager, the kind who'd laugh too loud when he stumbled over a rock, trying to mask nerves with noise. He reminded me of myself at 20, all muscle and no rhythm. We began early that morning from the access point at Noganosh Lake. The sky was a clean, pale blue, and the air had that sharpness unique to the northern woods. Balsam, cold water, a hint of metal from the rock beneath it all. We moved in a steady rhythm, paddle strokes, gliding silence, the slap of water against hulls. The plan was to make a long push through 3 lakes and 2 portages before setting camp near an old ranger station ruin at Birch Narrows. The first portage went smooth, muddy, mosquito-heavy, but nothing new. Everyone carried their load without complaint. By the second one, the sun was biting hard, and Brett started falling behind. He wasn't used to carrying both his pack and canoe, and though I'd told him to rest between trips, he was stubborn. He wanted to prove himself. I walked beside him for a stretch, matching pace, keeping an eye on the color of his face. It had gone from red to gray in less than an hour. "You good?" I asked. He nodded, panting. Yeah, just need a second." But seconds stretched long in the heat. The forest thickened around us, the path turning narrow and root-choked. The air didn't move. It was one of those rare windless days when even the insects hang still, waiting. Sweat soaked through my shirt. Behind us, Callum and Aaron were moving steady, while the Frasers stayed ahead, their voices drifting faintly through the trees. We were somewhere in the middle of the portage when Brett stumbled. The canoe hit the ground with a hollow thud, and he sat down hard beside it. I set my pack down and crouched next to him. "You need water." He shook his head weakly. "Just dizzy. I'll catch up." I didn't like leaving anyone behind, but the rest of the group was spread out and we couldn't afford to clog the narrow path. "All right," I said. "Sip slow, take your time. We'll meet you at the lake." He nodded again, eyes unfocused, and I went ahead, expecting to hear his footsteps within a few minutes. When we reached the lake on the far side, the others were already unpacking. The air by the water was cooler, carrying the resin scent of pine and the distant ripple of loons. I set my gear down and turned to go back for Brett. That was when Callum said quietly, "He hasn't come out yet, has he?" I didn't answer. I took my canteen and started back down the trail. Halfway through, I began to call his name. "Brett? You good?" But the sound seemed to die between the trees. No echo, no rustle in return, just stillness. The forest on that stretch of the portage was unnaturally quiet. I found the canoe tipped on its side against a birch. His pack lay beside it, unzipped, gear scattered. His paddle leaned nearby, propped perfectly upright in the dirt,
as if someone had set it there carefully. I searched the area for 20 minutes, following small clearings and faint deer tracks, calling louder each time. Nothing. No crash through brush, no splash from the lake's edge, just the low buzz of flies that seemed to gather near his gear. I radioed the group to stay put, then checked the far end again. By the time I reached the lake again, it was nearing late afternoon. The light had shifted to that golden slant that makes the forest glow. The others had grown quiet too, waiting for me to say what we all knew, that he was gone. I contacted Parks Dispatch through my SAT device, but they were hours away from sending a team. The sun was dropping fast, and there was no safe way to travel back through that portage in the dark. We set camp by the lake shore. I marked Brett's canoe near the waterline and kept his gear beside mine. The Frasers tried to stay busy setting up tents, while Callum sat staring out across the lake. No one spoke much through dinner. It felt wrong to eat. The silence between us was heavier than the forest air. That night, as the last light drained from the sky, I heard something soft along the waterline. A steady tap, 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 like something bumping against the shore. I went down with my headlamp. The lake's surface was dark, but just beyond the reeds, something floated. Brett's paddle. I'd left it 50 yards back on the portage, leaning against the birch. The blade caught the faint light from my lamp, drifting slowly but deliberately, its handle aimed toward the mouth of the inlet. When I waded in to grab it, the current seemed to pull it back, as though resisting. I caught it finally and laid it by the fire. In the glow of the flames, droplets slid from its surface, glistening not with lake water, but something murkier, something that smelled faintly metallic. By dawn, it was gone again, and waiting for us by the next lake.
When I saw the paddle again the next morning, it was lying parallel to the shoreline, perfectly still. The water around it didn't ripple, even though the breeze had picked up. It faced upstream, toward the narrow channel that led into the next lake. I remember standing there for a long moment, half expecting Brett to come stumbling out of the trees, pale and embarrassed, some excuse about getting lost. But the forest stayed empty. The Frasers were already awake, packing quietly. Aaron sat by the ashes of the fire, staring at the paddle. "You sure you didn't bring that down here last night?" he asked. "I left it by the fire pit," I said. "I even marked the ground." Callum looked at me. His face had that tight stillness people wear when they're trying to reason something through and failing. "Currents move weird in these lakes," he muttered, though we both knew this one didn't connect to any current strong enough to drag a wooden paddle upstream through a shallow inlet. We didn't have time to linger. Search and rescue had been notified, but the dispatcher said their crew couldn't make it in until late evening. They'd start at Noganosh and work forward, tracing our path. I decided we'd stay on schedule, but keep our eyes open, scanning shorelines and calling for Brett at intervals. Everyone agreed. We loaded up and pushed off. The water was glassy, each paddle stroke echoing across the lake. I took the lead canoe with Callum. He didn't talk much, just paddled in silence, every so often glancing behind us. The others followed in a staggered line. The forest leaned in thick and green along both sides. White spruce, jack pine, alder tangles. Somewhere ahead, a loon called, its note rising and breaking. Halfway through the channel, Callum froze mid-stroke. He said, "Look," pointing ahead.
The paddle was there again, floating dead center in the waterway. The same one. I could see the scuff mark near the handle, the initials I'd carved years ago, DR, back when it was mine. I'd given it to Brett on the first day because he'd forgotten his. Now it floated upright, blade down, turning slowly as if watching us come. "Let's just grab it," I said. I reached out with the tip of my own paddle, trying to pull it in. But before I touched it, a faint swirl rippled the surface, and the paddle drifted backward, perfectly balanced, gliding upstream again. It slid into the next lake as though drawn by invisible hands. By noon, we reached Birch Narrows. The ruins of the ranger station stood there, a collapsed cabin, moss-covered stones, and an iron stove half buried in weeds. It had always been my marker for rest stops. The group was exhausted, the heat pressing down, the loss hanging heavy in every movement. We beached the canoes and set up for lunch. That was when the silence deepened again. Even the insects stopped. The only sound left was the faint lap of water. The paddle lay across the rocks nearby, as though waiting for us. Aaron whispered, "That's not possible." I didn't answer. I picked it up, feeling the weight, still wet, still smelling faintly of that same metallic tang. Not rot, not algae, closer to rusted blood. I wiped it with a cloth, left it to dry, and said we'd take it back. "It's just drift," I told them, though no one believed it. We decided to stay put for an hour before continuing. The air thickened as clouds began to build from the west. A storm was coming, one of those sudden summer squalls that could turn the lakes vicious in minutes. I told everyone to rest and hydrate while I checked the radio. The signal came faint, but dispatch said the search team was on their way, expected to reach the portage by dusk. Then something odd came through the static, a voice, half drowned in interference. I couldn't make out words, just syllables shaped like breathing, a rhythm almost human. I thought maybe it was the team testing the line. When I called back, there was only crackle. At 3 p.m., the wind hit. The treetops started to thrash, and the sky dimmed as if the day had been switched off. We had minutes to make camp safe. The Fraziers anchored the canoes. Callum secured the tarps. Rain came in heavy sheets, blurring the shoreline into gray. I kept scanning the water. Through the rain, something moved, a dark shape near the reeds. I ran down to the shore, thinking it might be debris, but it wasn't debris. It was the paddle again, wedged upright in the shallows, handle tilted toward the storm. Every wave pushed against it, but it didn't fall. Callum came down behind me. He said, "Leave it. Whatever this is, don't touch it again." I wanted to agree, but something in me, maybe habit, maybe superstition, made me reach for it. When I pulled it free, the water around my boots went still. Completely still, like someone had cut the wind for one breath. Then the storm roared back louder than before. We dragged the paddle up to camp. I laid it flat near the fire ring, telling myself I'd hand it over to Parks when they arrived. Rain lashed against the tents. The others stayed inside while I kept watch, sitting under the tarp, counting thunder intervals. Sometime near dusk, a light flickered out on the lake. It wasn't lightning. It was steady, a small yellow glow, like a lantern, moving slow across the water. The storm was breaking, so I thought it might be a search boat. But as it drew closer, I saw no hull, No reflection, only the pale oval of light floating low over the surface. Callum came out beside me, his face wet from rain. "You see that?" he whispered. I nodded. The light stopped about 30 yards from shore. For a moment I could swear I saw a shape beneath it, the shadow of a man sitting upright, paddle resting across his knees. Then thunder cracked again, and the light blinked out. We waited for another flash, another sign, but the lake went dark. Only the wind remained. When dawn came, the rain had stopped. The lake lay mirror smooth. The paddle was gone. I walked down to the shore, scanning every inch of the shallows. Nothing. Then Aaron called from upstream, his voice tight. "Dana, you'd better see this." I followed him around the bend, heart thudding. There, caught in the driftwood, floated the paddle again, blade down, handle pointing upstream, as if guiding the way.
I waded into the water and lifted the paddle from the driftwood. It came free, easily, as if waiting to be touched. The air smelled of wet moss and burnt pine, the aftermath of the storm. And for a second, I thought I saw steam curling from the blade where I gripped it. When I blinked, it was gone. The others stood behind me in silence. Even the Frasers, who had been arguing in hushed tones all morning, had gone still. "Upstream again," Aaron said softly. "Always upstream." He was right. Each time we found it, the handle pointed against the current, as if something, or someone, was trying to return the way we came. I tried to dismiss the thought, to tell myself the angles were coincidence, that a floating object simply oriented with the wind. But there was no wind now, only that heavy hush, the kind that presses on your ears until you can hear your own pulse. I laid the paddle on the rocks and sat down beside it. The grain of the wood was darker now, waterlogged, veins of reddish stain running along the blade like roots. I ran my thumb along one of the lines, then pulled back. It was tacky, not sap, something else. We broke camp an hour later. I strapped the paddle onto my pack, unwilling to leave it behind again. No one argued. We paddled on in silence through the next lake, our strokes slow and uneven. The morning mist had returned, thick enough that the tree line blurred into pale shapes. I checked the compass every few minutes, but the needle trembled as if caught in interference. By noon, we reached the north end where the lake narrowed into another portage trail. It was a long one, a kilometer of uneven ground, slick from the storm. The plan was to push through and reach the next campsite before dark, then wait for Parks to find us. Halfway across the trail, Callum stopped walking. He was staring at the dirt in front of him. "Dana," he said quietly. There, impressed in the soft mud, were footprints, bare ones, not boot prints, bare human feet. Small, maybe the size of Brett's. They were spaced evenly, walking in the same direction as we were, but fresher than anything from yesterday. The edges were still wet. The Frasers froze. Aaron muttered something that sounded like a prayer. I crouched beside one print, running my hand close to it without touching it. It was perfectly shaped, toes defined, the heel deep. The trail ahead curved out of sight. I said, "Keep moving," though my voice didn't sound like mine. No splitting up. We moved on as a group, the sound of our breathing loud in the still air. Every few yards, another footprint appeared,
sometimes veering toward the brush, then back to the center. I kept scanning the trees for movement. Nothing but shadow and dripping leaves. When we reached the next lake, the prince stopped at the water's edge. I looked down and saw something else floating a few feet out. A canoe paddle, upright, blades submerged, the handle glinting faintly under the overcast sky. My stomach turned. It wasn't mine this time. It was one of the spare paddles we'd left behind at the first sight. Someone or something had carried it here. "We're being messed with," Callum said, voice low. "Maybe he's alive and doing this. Maybe he's—" I cut him off. If he were alive, he'd answer when we call. The Frasers didn't speak. They just looked at me, waiting for an explanation I didn't have. I grabbed the paddle, slid it onto my pack beside the other, and said, "Let's get to camp." The sky darkened again as we paddled out. The clouds hadn't moved much, yet the light seemed to drain from the air, a dull, pewter glow that made it hard to tell time. Around mid-afternoon, the wind began to shift, blowing against us as we turned north. The water roughened, tiny whitecaps forming. Then I noticed something strange about our wake. Usually, when you paddle into wind, the ripples scatter behind you. But ours didn't scatter. They formed a straight, narrow channel that followed us like a path drawn through the water. The longer I watched, the more certain I became that the channel wasn't spreading out, but closing in, as if something just below the surface was moving with us, tracing our route. "Do you see that?" I asked Callum. He nodded slowly. "Feels like we're being pulled." When we reached the far shore, everyone moved fast, eager to be off the water. We set up camp on higher ground, a small rise of rock overlooking the lake. The forest was dense behind us, the trunks black and slick from rain. I checked the radio. Still no signal. That night we built a fire from dry wood scavenged under fallen logs. It burned low and steady. No one ate much. Aaron kept glancing toward the shoreline. The Frasers whispered inside their tent. Callum sat near the fire, staring at the paddle beside me. "Dana," he said suddenly, "why is it still wet?" I looked. He was right. The blade gleamed in the firelight, droplets running down like condensation, even though it hadn't touched water since morning. I picked it up. The handle was cold, colder than the air. When I tilted it, a thin stream of water poured out from somewhere inside the wood, as though the paddle were hollow and full. Then I heard something from the lake. A low, dragging sound, like a canoe scraping over gravel. The Frasers came out of their tent. Aaron stood, headlamp sweeping the shore. The beam caught movement, a shape gliding through the mist. At first I thought it was a log, but logs don't move in straight lines. The shape slowed near the bank, and I could make out the outline of a canoe. Empty. It bumped softly against the rocks and stopped. The silence after that was unbearable. I went closer, light trembling in my hand. The canoe was ours, one of the spares left behind at Noganash. The paint was scratched, rope trailing from its bow. Inside, lying neatly across the seats, was a third paddle. I lifted it. The initials carved in the handle were not mine. They were Brett's. Behind me, the fire crackled. The wind had died completely. The air thickened until it felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then From somewhere out on the black water came the faint, rhythmic sound of paddling. Slow, even strokes, moving upstream.
The sound was unmistakable. Wood dipping into water, steady and patient. One stroke, then another. It came from the direction of the channel we'd traveled that morning, from the very route where we'd first lost him. Nobody spoke. The Frasers clung to each other, Aaron's headlamp flickering across the lake in quick, jerky movements. The beam caught nothing but mist and the faint glint of ripples, as if the water itself was breathing. I took a few steps toward the shore. The air smelled metallic again, like rain mixed with rust. Every instinct told me to stay back, but another part of me, the guide part, couldn't. I had to know if someone was out there. "Brett!" I shouted across the water. My voice carried, hit the opposite bank, and died. No echo. The paddling didn't stop. When I raised my headlamp again, the light caught a flicker of motion. A canoe was out there, half seen in the fog. It wasn't drifting. It was moving with intention, cutting smooth and silent against the current. I could make out a shape seated in the middle, hunched forward, arms working the paddle in perfect rhythm. Each stroke mirrored the faint sound we'd been hearing. The beam of my lamp flickered once, twice, and then steadied. The figure froze mid-stroke. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd imagined it. Then, it turned its head toward me. Not fast, slowly, like the motion of someone half asleep or half drowned. The angle of its face caught the light just enough for me to see the outline of a mouth open slightly, as if to speak. The headlamp blinked out completely. I don't remember dropping it, but I heard the splash when it hit the shallows. Behind me, Aaron called my name. I didn't answer. I was staring at the water. The canoe was gone. The surface had gone flat again, and in the stillness, I could hear every drop falling from the trees. When I finally backed away from the shore, the others were pale and shaking. Callum grabbed my shoulder. "We're leaving at first light," he said. His voice was hoarse, low. I didn't argue. But there was no sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that same shape in the fog, silent, paddling, never tiring. Around 2 a.m., the rain started again, soft at first, then steady. I sat by the dying fire, watching the water bead and run down the blade of Brett's paddle. It didn't dry. It just kept weeping that same dark sheen. At dawn, the storm had cleared, and a thin layer of mist floated across the lake. We packed fast, no one speaking. When I went to tie down the gear, I noticed something odd. The paddle wasn't beside my tent anymore. I found it instead lying neatly across my canoe, blade pointing upstream. I didn't remember placing it there. We pushed off without breakfast. The lake was quiet, except for the faint hum of insects warming in the new light. We made for the northern outlet, the route that would eventually lead back toward the ranger station ruins and meet the search team halfway. The current was gentle, but every time we rounded a bend, the paddle seemed to tug harder in my grip, as if resisting the downstream pull. I had to fight to keep the strokes even. After an hour, the air began to feel wrong again, too still, too heavy.
The sound of our paddles no longer echoed. It was like the forest was leaning in, listening. Then, far ahead, I saw movement. A single canoe, floating dead center in the channel. "Do you see that?" Aaron whispered. It was the same canoe I'd seen the night before. There was no mistaking the scratches on the hull, the rope trailing from its bow. It faced upstream, motionless. As we drifted closer, I realized it wasn't empty this time. A shape sat inside, back to us, shoulders squared, hands resting on a paddle that dipped idly into the water. "Brett?" I called before I could stop myself. The shape didn't move. We were close enough now to see details. The soaked shirt clinging to skin, the pallor of the neck above it. The paddle rose once, slow, and pressed into the current. The canoe began to glide forward again, still upstream, smooth as glass. I reached for my radio. "Dispatch, this is Reeve. We've got a visual on—" Static. No voice, just the faint hiss of interference. I tried again. Nothing. Then the canoe ahead of us veered sharply toward shore and stopped. The shape in it remained still, head bowed. When we reached the spot, it was gone. No figure, no canoe, just the faint wake spreading outward. And there, caught in a snarl of roots, Brett's paddle, the same one with his initials burned into the handle. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't. I told the group to keep moving. We reached the ruins by noon. The search team's boat was already there, bright orange against the shoreline. 2 officers stood waiting, waving. I'd never been so relieved to see other people. We docked, stumbled out, and tried to explain what had happened. I told them we'd lost a man on the portage 2 days back, that we'd searched, that his gear had been recovered, but not him. One of the rangers nodded grimly. We found footprints along the lower trail, bare ones, led right to the water, stopped there. They searched the rest of the day. Nothing turned up. When dusk fell again, we all gathered at the lakeside. The light was pink on the water, calm and deceptive. The rangers packed up their notes. We were told to head out first thing in the morning, and they'd continue the search from the south route. That night I couldn't sleep. The others did, exhausted. But I stayed awake by the ashes of the fire, listening. Just before dawn, when the sky was turning that washed-out gray, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. Something bumping gently against the shore. I stood, heart thudding, and walked to the waterline. There it was, the paddle, drifting in, blade down, handle aimed upstream. The same slow approach, deliberate, unhurried. I didn't touch it. I just watched as it slid closer, came to rest beside my boots, and turned itself slightly, as if adjusting its aim toward the channel that led home. The first bird call of morning echoed across the lake. I whispered, "We're heading that way soon." The water stilled. The paddle stopped moving. By the time the others woke up, it was gone again. We left that morning with light packs and heavier silence. I didn't mention the paddle to anyone. Some things don't need to be shared. They just live in the space between memory and echo. 2 days later, Parks sent word. They'd found a canoe wedged in reeds 6 miles upstream. No body inside, only a single paddle resting across the seat, the initials almost washed away. They asked if it might have been ours. I said no, but I knew better.
My name is Jared Holt. I am a geological survey intern with the Utah Geological Center, assigned to assist in mapping erosion patterns and structural folds along the Escalante region. I joined the program for field experience, expecting dry data collection, GPS coordinates, rock stratifications, drone mapping, the usual technical work. What I encountered that day was nothing I can explain through any scientific method I've learned. The assignment began at dawn, with my supervisor, Dr. Miles Rankin, and another intern named Luke Pierce. We set up camp near a drainage known locally as Echo Divide, a narrow stretch of twin canyons that fork off the same sandstone ridge. It's a place known for hikers for its mirrored formations, two gorges that look almost identical from above. One continues into open desert, the other dead ends abruptly in high stone walls. Locals talk about the way sound travels there, how your voice bounces back wrong, like the canyon itself can't decide which side to keep your echo in. The morning light fell soft across the cliffs, painting the walls in gold. We launched 2 drones, both pre-programmed to scan terrain and gather elevation data. My task was to monitor the live feed and mark points of anomaly, slopes, fissures, reflective pockets. Around 9:40 a.m., one feed began to distort. The drone's telemetry still transmitted, but the video showed impossible geometry, shadows curling against light like an inverted reflection. At first, I thought it was glare from the canyon rim, a glitch in the lens, but when the drone drifted higher, the image sharpened, revealing 2 identical canyons side by side. Not similar, identical. Every outcrop, every curve of rock, even the bleached juniper on the ridge, copied perfectly. Yet one side contained movement, a ripple in the shadows, like something shifting behind the mirrored walls. Dr. Rankin stood beside me, silent. Luke leaned over the screen and said, half joking, "Guess we've got ourselves a ghost canyon." He volunteered to hike the left fork to verify coordinates while the rest of us monitored. Rankin hesitated, but Luke was persistent, always the kind who wanted to see proof instead of theory. We watched him go, his figure shrinking between the sandstone cliffs. His GPS beacon blinked steady green on the map overlay. Everything seemed fine for the first hour. He reported the typical features: layered sandstone, silt pockets, dried creek beds. The signal from his body cam streamed clearly, showing the canyon floor glowing under mid-morning sun. Then, without warning, the feed split. The screen duplicated, one image freezing on Luke's last position, the other continuing forward as if you were still walking. Rankin frowned, muttering about network delay, but the timestamps on both feeds were synchronized. One Luke remained motionless at coordinate 374731, negative 113674. The other continued deeper into the canyon that, according to our own drone's map, shouldn't have existed that far. "Luke, hold position," Rankin said through the radio. No reply. We tried again. Static answered, faint and drawn out, the kind that sounds like air being pulled through a narrow tube. The drone's altitude reading spiked erratically, oscillating between 420 feet, as if the terrain beneath it were folding in and out. "Pull it back," Rankin ordered. I initiated return protocol, but the drone didn't respond. It hovered on the live map for 10 more seconds, then blinked out. No crash signal, No last coordinates, just gone. By noon, the canyon had gone quiet. The air was unnaturally still, heat pressing down like glass. When Rankin finally decided we'd go after Luke, he insisted we mark every turn with reflective tape. I carried the second drone, a compact model, fitted with a LiDAR scanner. Rankin handled GPS. We entered the left fork, following Luke's path. Inside, the temperature dropped sharply, the sun fading behind high walls. The echoes were strange, delayed, slightly warped. Our boots struck the stone, and the sound came back a fraction of a second late, like the canyon itself was mimicking us with a lag. I counted our turns aloud for the log. First bend right, 200 meters straight, slight incline. My voice echoed, but when Rankin answered, his reply overlapped mine out of rhythm, like we were speaking through a short delay. We found the first strip of reflective tape an hour in, still fluttering where Luke had tied it. Beyond it, the canyon narrowed until the walls pressed within arm's reach. A fine white dust covered the ground. Our GPS flickered between the same two coordinates, stuck as though the signal couldn't decide which canyon we were in. "Jared," Rankin said softly, "does it sound to you like we're hearing someone ahead?" I stopped. There it was, a faint crunch of gravel. Another step. A voice, muffled and distant, calling something like, "Wait up!" It was Luke's voice. We both shouted, "Luke!" The sound bounced off the walls and came back in triplicate, each echo fainter but slightly wrong. One of them didn't fade the same way. It carried on, like someone repeating after us. The canyon forked again. On the GPS, it didn't exist. I marked the split with tape, and Rankin set the drone to hover above us. The live feed showed our two figures on the canyon floor. Then, for a half second, three. A third shape stood behind us, perfectly still. Rankin turned first, flashlight beam slicing through empty air. Nothing was there, but the dust on the ground had shifted, patterned like boot prints heading toward the false fork. "Luke!" I called again, my voice shaking more than I wanted it to. Silence stretched between the walls, then came one faint echo, soft and slow. My own voice repeated back, but not from the direction I'd spoken. It came from ahead, deep inside the wrong canyon.
Dr. Rankin wanted to turn back. I could tell by the way his flashlight kept jerking toward the exit, as if every step deeper cost him a part of his nerve. But Luke's voice, if it was really his, kept surfacing ahead of us, faint, sometimes distorted by the canyon's warped acoustics. Every time we stopped, it called again, closer. We moved forward in silence for another 50 yards. The canyon floor changed beneath our boots, the grit turning to smooth, wet stone. I checked my altimeter. No descent registered, but it felt like we had walked into a basin. Rankin stopped to mark the wall with his knife, carving a thin cross into the rock. He said quietly, "Keep track of every 10 meters. If this turns into a loop, I want to know." The drone's feed followed us, hovering just high enough to map the corridor. I glanced at my tablet. The LiDAR projection was still running, but something wasn't right. Our position trail had split, just like Luke's feed earlier. One copy advancing, another lingering at the last marker. Both had identical timestamps. "Dr. Rankin, look at this." He squinted at the screen, the reflection of the data flickering across his glasses. "It's interference," he muttered, though he didn't sound convinced. "Magnetic distortion, maybe. The sedimentary layers here could be reflecting the signal." "Sedimentary layers don't duplicate real-time telemetry." He didn't answer. We reached another reflective tape marker tied to a jagged outcrop. Luke's, without question. The end had been torn, fluttering slightly, even though the air was still. A few feet ahead, the canyon opened into a wider chamber, its floor scattered with small, rounded stones that gleamed under our lights. The sound of dripping water echoed faintly. Rankin exhaled in relief. "Water table exposure," he said, his tone half forced. This could explain, but his voice broke off when we both saw it. The shimmer of movement on the opposite wall. It looked like water reflection at first, a ripple of light bending across rock. Then, the shape steadied into something clearer, a figure, upright, facing us. It had Luke's outline, the same backpack, same posture, but it didn't move like a person. Its motion was delayed, echoing Rankin's flashlight flicks with a half-second lag, as if the canyon were replaying what it saw. "Luke!" I called out. The name echoed, then returned in layers. Too many voices overlapping. Luke, Luke, Luke. Rankin's hand gripped my shoulder. "Don't." The figure turned, or rather the image of turning appeared, as if the canyon wall itself were shifting the reflection. Then in one blink, it was gone. We approached the spot where it had stood. The rock was dry, but my boots crunched over something brittle. A cracked drone rotor, the same model we'd lost earlier. I picked it up. The metal was cold, almost slick. When I turned it toward my headlamp, I noticed tiny parallel scratches etched along its surface. They weren't random. They formed repeating lines, like faint handwriting. "Go back." The words were shallow, but unmistakable. I looked at Rankin. He stared at the piece wordlessly, his mouth tightening. "We're leaving," he said. "Now." He spun on his heel and started retracing our steps. I followed close, marking our return with more tape. But the light ahead had changed. The canyon that had been narrow and distinct earlier now looked wrong. Too many turns, too many shadows. When we reached the cross mark he had carved earlier, it was still there. But right beside it was another identical cross, perfectly etched, down to the same knife depth. Rankin froze. "Did you?" "No." "Then who?" A sound interrupted him. It was a low hum, mechanical, like a drone powering up. We both turned our flashlights upward. The drone we'd launched a minute earlier hovered 20 feet above us, though I never recalled sending a flight command. It rotated once, its sensors whirring softly, then steadied, pointed not at us, but toward the fork we had ignored earlier. Its red light blinked twice, slow and deliberate. Rankin raised the remote, trying to shut it down. Nothing responded. "It's looping," he muttered, scrolling through the control menu. But even as he spoke, the drone began to move, drifting deeper into the unmarked canyon, the wrong one. Against my better judgment, I followed. The air grew colder. Each step echoed too long, as though we were walking through a hallway of mirrors. Rankin hissed at me to stop, but curiosity overpowered reason. The drone's light finally stabilized on something at the base of the rock wall. I crouched closer. It was another GPS beacon, the same model Luke carried. The green LED blinked once every few seconds, steady, alive. I reached for it, half expecting it to be cold plastic. But when my fingers brushed it, the light stopped blinking. The beacon screen flashed a single coordinate before dying completely. The numbers didn't make sense. Latitude and longitude were both negative, inverted. I said slowly, showing him the screen. He didn't answer. When I looked up, he was staring into the darkness ahead, pale, lips trembling. I followed his gaze and saw, about 20 feet away,
two figures standing side by side. One was unmistakably Luke, headlamp dimmed, face expressionless. The other was me. Every feature, every detail, the same pack, same hat, same small rip on the jacket sleeve. My duplicate stood perfectly still, head tilted slightly, like it was listening to something I couldn't hear. My throat locked. Rankin took one cautious step backwards. The drone light above flickered wildly, red to white, red to white. Both figures turned toward it at once, perfectly synchronized. Then the light burst, short circuit, and everything plunged into darkness. For a full minute, I heard nothing but the rasp of my own breath and Rankin's boots shifting on gravel. When we turned our flashlights back on, the space was empty. Only the cracked rotor remained at our feet, lying where I had dropped it earlier, except the words scratched into it had changed. Not yet. Rankin didn't say a word. He grabbed my arm and pulled me backwards, fast, his voice barely above a whisper. "We're done. Out. Now." The echo repeated him. Now. 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 Each time fainter, as if the canyon itself was agreeing. We began running toward the entrance, the white dust swirling in our wake. But as the walls widened, I realized something awful. The direction of light had flipped. The canyon mouth ahead wasn't bright with afternoon sun. It was dark, faintly glowing, with the same mirrored shimmer that had appeared on the drone feed. When I turned around, the way we had come was gone.
For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. The canyon walls around us had changed, broader, darker, the surfaces reflecting faint light as though coated in glass. Our tape markers were gone. Even the knife-scratched crosses had vanished from the walls. Dr. Rankin kept spinning the GPS in his hands, shaking it like it might start working again, but the screen stayed frozen on the same impossible coordinates: negative latitude, negative longitude. "We walked straight," I said, though it came out quieter than I meant. "We didn't turn anywhere." Rankin didn't answer. He clicked on his radio, trying the emergency channel, but only static answered. After a moment, the static itself started repeating, a faint rhythm in its distortion. I realized it wasn't random. The bursts came in measured patterns, almost like breath. "Let's move," Rankin said finally. "Pick one direction and don't stop." We walked toward what we thought was north. The canyon began to narrow again, the light dimming into gray. My footsteps felt heavy, as if gravity had thickened. When I turned to check our trail, there were no prints behind us. The dust swallowed them in seconds. After a while, we reached a small rise. Rankin climbed it first, crouched low with his flashlight sweeping across the ground. "Over here," he called. It was a drone. Our second one, or maybe the first. Its frame was intact, but the lens pointed inward, as if it had turned to record itself. I picked it up and powered the screen. The footage began mid-transmission, time-stamped for the same minute we'd entered the canyon. The image showed two figures walking, Rankin and me. But behind us, faint, in the background, was a third shape that followed in perfect rhythm. The camera zoomed slightly, autofocus, then glitched. When the feed cleared, the figure had moved closer. It was our shape again, copied and flickering, one moment transparent, the next solid. The recording ended there. Rankin exhaled sharply. "That's it. No more." He pulled the battery out and hurled it down the slope. The clatter echoed too many times, longer than it should have. Then something answered, a faint scrape echoing from below. deliberate, as if someone else had moved when the sound reached them. We froze. "Luke?" Rankin called, against his own warning. A pause. Then the voice came back, not from below, but from the opposite wall. "Luke." It was mine. The word replayed, drawn out like it had been recorded and slowed. I turned toward the sound, scanning the wall with my light. The beam hit a smooth stretch of sandstone, but the surface wasn't natural. Lines etched the rock in long, deliberate patterns, grooves that ran parallel to the ground, pulsing faintly as though catching reflections from somewhere deeper. Rankin stepped beside me. "What the hell?" He pressed his hand against it. The stone was warm. He pulled away instantly. His palm bore a thin red mark, like static burn. That was when I noticed it, the echo of his movement. A fraction of a second after he stepped back, the same gesture repeated in the shimmer of the wall. An image of Rankin's arm lifted again, perfectly mirrored, though he stood still now. We both stumbled backward. The mirrored Rankin smiled. He wasn't smiling in reality. The reflection blinked once and vanished. "Don't touch anything," I said, though it felt absurd to even say it out loud. Rankin nodded, trembling. He turned to go, but stopped halfway through his step. His flashlight beam caught on something ahead. Fabric. It was a sleeve, half buried in silt. We dug it out carefully. A torn field jacket, its name tag barely legible. Pierce, L. Inside the pocket was a cracked phone, mud-streaked but still recognizable. I wiped the screen clean and pressed the power button. The backlight flickered on for a moment before dying, but not before I saw the last saved photo. A canyon wall glowing faintly, the same grooves we'd just seen, and two figures standing where none should have been. Rankin muttered a curse and stuffed the phone into his pack. "We're getting out, Jared, even if we have to climb." He was already searching the rock for holds when I noticed the air had changed. The stillness was gone. A soft vibration passed through the ground, almost like a pulse. The light around us dimmed a shade deeper, and the canyon began to hum, quietly at first, then louder, the same frequency that had hissed through the radio static. "Rankin?" He stopped climbing. His head turned slowly toward me, eyes wide. The hum modulated, turning into something that almost resembled words, drawn-out syllables, echoes within echoes, repeating our own voices, stacked on top of each other. "Not yet." The same phrase that had been etched on the drone rotor. Rankin scrambled down, panic breaking through his careful control. We ran, no longer checking direction, just moving. The wall started flashing in fragments, our reflections chasing alongside us, appearing and disappearing with each beam of light. For every motion we made, another figure mirrored it half a step behind, sometimes on the opposite wall, sometimes just beside us, too close. At one point, Rankin slipped. I turned back to help him, but when I grabbed his wrist, his skin was icy, his pulse fluttering. His headlamp beam tilted upward, and I saw myself again, standing above him on the ridge, not moving. "Run!" he shouted, pulling free. I did. The canyon twisted once, twice. I burst into an opening and nearly collapsed. The hum stopped abruptly. The light returned, sunlight, pale and real, flooding the space. Ahead of me, an arch of red stone framed the desert beyond. I staggered out, gasping in the heat. When I turned back to look for Rankin, the opening had closed. The canyon wall was smooth, unbroken. "Dr. Rankin!" I shouted. Only my voice came back, again and again, until the echo stretched into a faint, human sigh. I searched for hours, until dusk painted the rocks in shadow. The GPS resumed normal function as soon as I stepped clear of the ridge, but when I checked the map, the canyon we entered wasn't there. Only one fork was marked, the right-hand one, the real one. The left showed nothing but solid terrain. The next morning, rescue teams came. They searched for 3 days. They found Luke's torn jacket and 2 shattered drones, both fused with fine white silt. They never found Dr. Rankin. When they reviewed my drone footage, they said it was corrupted. But one frame survived. A half-second still image burned into the data. It showed the canyon floor empty, except for 3 sets of footprints. 2 led out, 1 led deeper in.
It's been 4 months since that day in Echo Divide, and the Utah Geological Center still lists Dr. Miles Rankin and Luke Pierce as missing, presumed deceased. I've given 3 formal statements, sat through 2 investigations, and submitted every scrap of data we collected. But no one seems to understand, or maybe they don't want to. The official cause reads, terrain instability resulting in disorientation and probable fall. I tried to believe that. I really did. But some nights, when I review the raw files, something in the data shifts. The recordings that were blank during the investigation now play sound. Not words exactly, but breath, slow, synced with mine, as though someone on the other end of the canyon is still waiting for me to answer. I keep telling myself it's feedback, sensor bleed, corrupted metadata. Still, I can't stop hearing the hum. After the incident, I moved to an apartment in Salt Lake City, far from the field teams. For weeks, I avoided anything related to the desert, but the center kept calling. They wanted a recovery trip, just a brief revisit to catalog what was left. For closure, they said. They promised a team of 4. When I arrived at the outpost near Escalante, there were only 2 others, a technician named Ivy and a safety officer named Dalton. Both were younger than me, neither aware of what happened beyond the official notes. The sky that morning was bleached silver, the same light as that day. Ivy asked if I'd been here before. I told her, not exactly. We hiked to the ridge by midday. The canyons lay below us, twin scars in the stone, shimmering under heat haze. From up high, they looked harmless, just 2 natural channels carved by time. Dalton unpacked his equipment, setting GPS beacons along the rim. Ivy launched a mapping drone, newer model, faster, cleaner. Its feed displayed on the controller. The first canyon, clear, static-free. Then the second. At first, the video looked normal. Then, faintly, the shimmer appeared. The same mirrored distortion. I told them it was light interference, but my voice didn't sound right. It echoed across the ridge before the wind could carry it. Dalton frowned at the display. What's that on the left wall? A shadow had appeared, long, vertical, like someone standing just inside the canyon mouth. The drone sensor failed to register it as a person. Ivy zoomed in manually. For a split second, the feed sharpened. The figure was wearing a field jacket. Same model as ours. I reached for the controller, but the signal blinked out. The drone's GPS location
froze on the exact coordinate where we'd lost Luke's first beacon months earlier. Dalton laughed nervously. "Guess we're walking." I wanted to stop them, to say no, but my voice didn't come. My throat had gone dry. We descended. The air in the canyon was cooler, stiller. The sound of our boots came back uneven, like each of us was walking on different surfaces. Ivy hummed quietly. She said a habit to measure echo depth, but the melody fractured, doubling back in strange harmonics. "Feels like it's breathing down here," Dalton said. At the fork, the map on his GPS went blank. Both canyons registered as solid. He looked at me. Which way? The left one seemed darker, narrower. It was the one I swore I'd left behind forever. But even as I hesitated, I heard it again, a faint voice layered in the echoes. "Jared!" Ivy looked up sharply. "Who's there?" Dalton raised his radio. "Base, do you copy?" Static. I stepped closer to the left fork. The air shimmered faintly, just like before. "We're turning back," I said. Neither of them moved. Ivy stared ahead, eyes unfocused. "Do you see that?" she whispered. Shapes moved deeper inside the canyon. 3, maybe 4 figures walking in a slow, steady line. Each glowed faintly, like silhouettes lit from within. The first one looked like Luke. The second, Rankin. The third, me. Dalton took a step forward. "Holographic illusion, right? Heat reflection?" The ground trembled. All 3 figures stopped at once. Then, one by one, they turned to face us. Every light went out. Our headlamps, the drone feed, even Dalton's GPS screen. The dark wasn't empty. It pressed in, full of faint movement and whispering air. I felt a hand brush my sleeve. I thought it was Ivy's, but when I looked, she was standing several feet away, staring upward. The canyon walls were rippling like water. Within the ripples, I could see scenes, us climbing down over and over, each loop slightly out of sync. In one reflection, Rankin still stood where we'd lost him, motionless, staring at the same wall. Then the whispering grew clearer, merging into one voice. "Not yet." Dalton grabbed my arm. "Move!" We ran. The light returned in strobing bursts from the drone as it reconnected, flickering between day and night, canyon and ridge, like 2 overlapping realities fighting for control. I could see Ivy ahead of me for a moment, then she vanished between flashes. Dalton shouted her name, his voice fractured, scattering through the canyon. When we reached open ground again, the sunlight hit us like a blow. The silence afterwards was total. Only one drone hovered overhead. Ivy was gone. Dalton dropped to his knees, gasping. His radio crackled. Then, faintly, a voice came through. Hers. "Jared." It wasn't static. It was clear, sharp, recorded from deep inside the canyon. Then another voice joined hers. Luke. Then Rankin's. Then mine. All of them layered into one echo, moving farther away with each repetition. Dalton turned pale. "What is that?" I didn't answer. I just stared into the canyon, where light flickered against the far wall. For a moment, I saw 4 shadows walking deeper into the divide, side by side. The last one paused and turned,
raising a hand in something that looked almost like a wave. Then they were gone. We hiked out in silence. Dalton never filed his report. A week later, he resigned from the center. I stayed, but I haven't returned to the field since. Sometimes, at night, I open the saved drone footage from that day. The canyon looks empty at first, but if you slow it down, frame by frame, there's a reflection in the rock. 4 figures standing together, motionless, their outlines faint and wavering. I counted the shadows carefully. 1 for Luke, 1 for Rankin, 1 for Ivy, and 1 for me. Still inside, waiting to walk out.
My name is Holly Meyer, and I serve as a trail crew leader with the Washington Trails Association. I've been at it for nearly 9 years, long enough to know how to read the forest after fire. You can tell its mood by the air alone. A burn scar doesn't just look dead, it breathes differently. The ground exhales heat for months after the flames, even under frost, and the smell of char lingers like something half alive. Our crew was working along Ashline Spur that morning, a short connector off the main Cascade Divide Trail. The fire that tore through there the previous August was classified as contained 2 months ago. But anyone who's walked a burn zone knows that word doesn't mean safe. It just means what's left has stopped moving. We were assigned to reopen a small section of the spur where hikers had once crossed through stands of lodgepole pine. It was now a graveyard of stumps, black as graphite, scattered over pale gray ash. There were 4 of us, myself, our sawyer named Dustin, a new seasonal named Katie, and our mule packer, Lewis. We rode in before dawn, hauling tools and a few days of provisions to the staging site, a stretch of slope just above the river bend. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Usually, even a burned forest has sound. Wind over dead snags, birds testing their luck. That morning, there was nothing, just the hiss of our boots sinking into the ash. We began cutting through fallen trunks and scraping the trail back into shape. The top layer of soil was the softest I'd ever felt, like walking on a field of cold flour. Every step sank half an inch. You could see our boot prints perfectly pressed in the gray, neat as fossils. Around noon, Dustin shut off his saw and called out, "Hey, Holly, take a look at this." He was crouched by a section of trail we hadn't touched yet, pointing at the ground. At first I thought it was just more of our prints, but the shape was wrong. It was a bare footprint, heel, arch, toes. Clearly human, but smaller than mine. The detail was too perfect. You could see the ridges of skin, even a faint line where the big toe dragged slightly forward. The strange part wasn't the print itself, it was where it lay, under the surface layer of ash we'd just brushed aside. I looked closer and realized the footprint was embedded beneath a thin crust of fresh fall, meaning it had been made before the last ash settled, then sealed under it. But this ash layer was new, maybe a day old at most. Katie frowned. Could it be from the fire crews? No, I said, shaking my head. This area's been closed since last month. We're the first ones back in. Dustin brushed around it with his glove. Another print followed, angled slightly uphill. Then another. A barefoot trail, heading east, deeper into the burn zone. We followed them for maybe 20 yards before they vanished at a patch of disturbed soil. The tracks didn't fade. They just stopped, like the person had stepped straight up and disappeared. Luis muttered something in Spanish and wouldn't meet my eyes. By mid-afternoon, we'd moved on to clearing a deadfall that had blocked the switchback above the ravine. I tried to focus on work, but every time I lifted the Pulaski, my eyes drifted back toward where the footprints had been. The ash shifted in tiny whirlwinds along the ridge,
catching the light like ghost smoke. I kept telling myself it was just an odd quirk of the terrain, maybe thermal pockets from the underground root fires. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Around 3 p.m., Katie went to fetch more fuel from the mule panniers. A few minutes later, I heard her shout my name. I ran down to where she stood, near the pack line. She was pale, pointing at the ground again. There, beside the panniers, were more prints. Same small shape, same barefoot impression, but this time on top of the ash, fresh. They circled around the packs once, then trailed toward the blackened slope behind us. Louis swore softly. Dustin turned in a slow circle, scanning the horizon. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing inward. We searched the area, calling out, thinking maybe a lost hiker had wandered in. Nothing answered. No movement, no shadow. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. I checked our perimeter twice, making sure the animals were secure. The mules were restless, ears twitching, nostrils flaring toward the trees. That evening, as we set camp near the old service road, the unease didn't lift. The ash glowed faintly in the moonlight, giving everything a bleached, underwater look. We cooked a quick meal of beans and rice, but none of us ate much. Katie kept glancing over her shoulder. Dustin cleaned his saw in silence, methodical, slow. When I stepped away to make the radio check-in, my boot caught on something half buried in the powder. I bent down and brushed it clear. It was a single wooden matchstick, clean and unburned, the kind firefighters use in drip torches. But this one was bone dry, untouched, as if it had just been dropped. Our fire line hadn't used torches here. This burn was lightning caused, not a controlled ignition. The match didn't belong. I turned it over in my hand, feeling the weight of the quiet pressing in again. Somewhere down the ridge, I thought I heard movement, the faint crunch of ash underfoot, slow, measured, almost careful. I aimed my headlamp that way. Nothing but a sea of gray. The sound stopped as soon as the light touched it. When I came back to camp, I didn't mention it. There are some things you don't name out loud in a burn scar. The forest listens. But that night, as we lay in our tents, the ash outside shifted again. Not from wind, not from mules. It was softer, closer, like the steps of bare feet circling us, pressing patterns into the powder. And when dawn came, the prints were there, perfectly spaced, looping our tents in a ring.
At first light, the air was still as glass. The ash around our tents shimmered faintly in the sun. Pale gray turned to silver. From where I stood, I could see the ring of prints circling us, each one identical to the ones we'd found the day before. The detail was impossible. The heel dips, the faint pressure marks at the toes. They looked like someone had walked barefoot through fine powder, carefully tracing a path around us while we slept. No one said a word. Luis just crossed himself and began dismantling his tent in silence. Dustin crouched, measuring one of the prints with his knife handle. "They weren't here when we turned in," he muttered. "I checked the ground." Katie's voice was small. "Then when?" No one answered her. We broke camp faster than usual. The ash clung to everything. The tents, our gloves, even our eyelashes. I could taste it in the air, dry and metallic. The mules refused to settle, pulling at their tethers and tossing their heads toward the tree line. Every sound felt sharper, too loud against the silence of the burned forest. We decided to push higher along the spur,
clear the upper switchbacks by noon, and radio out for an early pickup. I told myself that whatever had happened, whoever had made those prints, it was human. A trespasser maybe, or a stranded hiker. People wander into closed zones all the time. Still, something about the shape of those prints gnawed at me. The steps were too even, the path too precise, and the ash layer beneath them had no displacement, as if each footprint had simply appeared, impressed perfectly, without weight. By mid-morning, the sky dimmed under a sheet of thin cloud. We worked quietly, scraping trail, clearing brush. Every so often I caught Katie glancing over her shoulder, scanning the edges of the burn. Dustin's saw sputtered out twice, though he swore the fuel was fine. At 11, we stopped for water. Luis went to check the mules again, leading them toward a patch of slope where a few fire-scorched snags still stood upright. I watched him walk away, disappearing into the pale dust. Then the radio crackled on my hip. It wasn't our channel, just static at first. Then something that almost sounded like breathing, slow, faint, steady. "Holly?" Dustin's voice came from behind me. I turned the volume down. "You hear that?" He nodded, eyes wide. "Yeah, it's coming through mine, too." We tried switching frequencies. Same thing. The static was thin and whispering, like wind through reeds, but the rhythm was unmistakably human. Then, layered under it, came the crunch of movement, footsteps. Katie backed away. "Is that someone near us?" I didn't answer. I pressed the transmit key, called out our coordinates, requested verification from base. Nothing. No voice came back. Just that breathing, rising and falling, like it was inches from the mic. We shut the radios off after that. When Luis returned, his face was gray beneath the soot. He said the mules had refused to go past the snags, braying and stamping like something unseen was blocking their way. He didn't want to stay up there any longer than necessary. I agreed. We'd clear what we could carry, then pack out by sunset. The work felt heavier as the day went on. The ash shifted underfoot, tricking the eye. It moved like fog, curling in slow spirals whenever the wind stirred. At one point, I glanced down and saw fresh prints again, just a few feet from my own. Bare, perfect, newly pressed. I froze. "Dustin," I said quietly, "come here." He saw them too. 3 prints, leading away from where I stood, downhill toward the ravine. They hadn't been there a moment earlier. "I didn't see anyone," he whispered. I crouched, brushing at the edge of the nearest print. Beneath it, the ash was cool, untouched by sun. But when I reached to feel the impression itself, my glove came away damp. "Water?" I said aloud, confused. Dustin touched it too, his brows knit. "It's not water." It wasn't. The residue on my glove was thin, oily, almost sweet-smelling, like sap or resin. Katie caught up to us and stared. "That wasn't here before lunch." "No, it wasn't." The clouds thickened overhead, flattening the light. The forest seemed to close in, black stumps stretching like broken ribs. Somewhere far up the slope, a single branch cracked. All of us turned. Nothing moved, but the sound came again, closer this time, deliberate, step by step. Luis whispered, "We need to go." I didn't argue. We gathered what tools we could carry and started down the trail. The ash muffled our footsteps, but every few seconds I swore I heard another set overlapping ours, bare feet brushing the surface just behind us. When we reached the bend near camp, I noticed something strange. The trail markers, thin metal stakes we'd placed that morning, were gone. Every single one. In their place, shallow depressions dotted the ash, forming a crude path that twisted between the charred trunks. "Did you move those?" I asked Dustin. He shook his head. "They were still up an hour ago." Luis pulled his hat low. "I don't like this place, Holly." Neither did I. We decided to take the old service road back to the pickup zone by the river. It added a mile, but at least the grade was easy. The radio stayed silent the whole way. No static, no signal. Only the crunch of ash and that strange, echoing rhythm behind us, faint but never far. When we reached the river crossing, the ash layer thinned, giving way to gray mud. That's when we saw the last set of prints, crossing the bank ahead of us, straight into the shallows. The water was clear. Nothing else disturbed its surface. The prints continued for 2 steps into the current and stopped. No return tracks, no body, just the river swallowing them whole. Katie looked at me, her face pale. Maybe someone did drown here during the fire. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But the ash didn't settle that way, unless it was fresh. Those prints hadn't been fossilized for months. They were hours old. We stood there for a long time, watching the water flow over the empty shape where the last foot had fallen. And though none of us spoke, I could tell we all felt the same thing. That quiet electric certainty that whatever had left those marks wasn't finished with us yet.
We stayed at the river's edge longer than made sense. The air there was thicker, heavier than up on the ridge. The smell of wet ash clung to everything, like burned sugar and rust. Lewis finally broke the silence. We shouldn't be here when it gets dark. He was right. The canyon walls close early this time of year. By 5, the sun would already be gone behind the ridge. We crossed the river one at a time, mules snorting as they stepped through the shallows. The water was cold enough to sting through my boots, and the sound of it, steady and clean, should have been grounding, but it wasn't. Because just upstream, something else disturbed the current. At first, I thought it was driftwood, a log maybe, but the movement was too slow, too deliberate. I raised a hand for everyone to stop. About 20 feet ahead, a shape stood knee-deep in the river bend. It was slender, gray with ash, and motionless. The current slipped around it in 2 small waves, like it was dividing to avoid touch. Katie whispered, "Is that someone?" The shape didn't move. I squinted, trying to make out detail. The light played tricks. The figure seemed to shift, sometimes upright, sometimes bent forward, sometimes gone altogether.
My heart kicked hard against my ribs. "Stay behind me," I said, though my voice came out quieter than I meant. I took a step forward, boots crunching the pebbles. "Hey, are you hurt?" The shape straightened. For a second, I was sure it was a person, a woman maybe, shoulders narrow, head tilted. Then the ash lifted in a gust of wind, and she dissolved into it like smoke. Lewis made the sign of the cross again. "Madre de Dios." The river went still. Even the mules stopped making noise. I didn't breathe until the current returned to normal. We crossed fast after that. On the far bank, the forest thickened with standing snags, burnt trunks like pillars in a gray cathedral. The temperature dropped. My watch read 2:47 p.m., but it felt like dusk already. By the time we reached the switchback above the service road, the ash underfoot had changed. It wasn't the fine, dry powder from before. It was denser, packed with something darker underneath. When I knelt to check it, the layer beneath the surface wasn't soil at all. It was melted bark, fused into thin, glassy sheets. Katie leaned over me. "What is that?" I said, "Heat glass. When fire gets hot enough, it melts the resin right into the ground." But there was something else. Embedded in that glassy layer were more of those same footprints, perfectly preserved, as if the person had stepped there while it was molten and somehow hadn't burned. That was impossible. We pushed on, silent. Even Dustin, who usually filled the air with small talk, said nothing. Every few minutes, I'd catch him glancing toward the tree line. Once, I saw him flinch at something I couldn't see. At 3:30, we stopped to rest. The sky above us turned a dull copper. Somewhere behind us, down near the river, came the faint echo of footsteps again. Slow, even, steady. Lewis turned. "Please tell me that's one of the mules." But all three were tethered and facing the same direction, ears pricked toward the sound. It stopped abruptly, replaced by the faintest rustle of ash sifting through branches. We didn't wait to find out. By the time we reached the junction where the spur met the main trail, the air had gone strangely warm, like we'd stepped back into the fire's breath. I took one last look behind us. The path we'd just cleared was marred again, lines of fresh footprints tracing perfectly where we'd walked. No wind, no rain, just prints. We reached the supply cache before dusk and unloaded the mules. The sky had gone orange-gray, and the silence was so complete I could hear the ash settling. I radioed base again, nothing but that same static whisper. But now I could make out faint words buried in it. Not quite speech, more like imitation. Hull. He. My hand froze on the mic. It wasn't clear enough to be sure, but I knew what I'd heard. Dustin looked up at me, saw my face, and didn't ask. We made camp near the old fire ring, what used to be a ranger outpost before the fire took it. The foundation was all that remained, stones cracked and half buried. Lewis built a small fire anyway, against my better judgment. He said we needed the light. When night fell, the ash around camp reflected the flames, turning the ground into a dull mirror. Every movement threw shadows across it. For a moment, I thought I saw a fifth one. It was faint, like heat shimmer, tall, slight, standing between the mules and the trees. Then gone.
Kali refused to sleep, insisting she kept hearing someone walking just beyond the firelight. Dustin sat with his saw beside him, staring into the dark. Around midnight, the wind picked up, carrying a soft hiss like breath against glass. Lewis murmured, "The forest remembers." I didn't respond, but I kept my radio close. At 12:17 a.m., the static started again. Not random this time, steady, rhythmic. Then a faint tapping, as if something was striking the mic. I raised it slowly, half expecting nothing, half dreading the opposite. Through the hiss came a voice. "Leave." Not a shout, a whisper. I nearly dropped the radio. The others had heard it too. Katie gasped. Dustin's eyes went wide. Lewis muttered a prayer. The fire flickered hard, smoke rolling low along the ground. For a second, I thought the whole forest exhaled. Then the wind died again, leaving us in a silence so deep it felt alive. We didn't sleep. None of us did. And when dawn bled over the ridge, the first thing I saw was the ash outside camp. Smooth again. Every print, every trace of movement from the day before, gone. Except one. Right in front of my tent door, pressed into the powder, was a single, bare footprint. Smaller than mine, perfectly shaped. And this time, it faced inward.
At first, I thought the footprint outside my tent was just a leftover from last night, something I'd missed in the half-dark. But the ash was smooth everywhere else, undisturbed except for that one perfect print, facing in toward where I'd slept. It wasn't deep, but it was deliberate, pressed, not scattered. I stepped out slowly. The others were already awake. Louis sat near the dying fire, hat off, lips moving in quiet prayer. Dustin was packing the saw into its case with shaking hands. Katie was just staring at the ground, her face gray with exhaustion. "There's one outside mine, too," she said. I looked. Same size, same shape, same direction. Each print pointed inward toward our tents, like whoever had made them had stood just outside, watching us through the night. Dustin swore under his breath. "We're leaving, right now." No one argued. We broke camp fast, barely ate, and didn't bother with the radio. The static had turned into something else anyway, a faint hum that rose and fell in uneven pulses, almost like a heartbeat through the speaker. By 7:30 a.m., the wind had picked up again, dragging lines through the ash like ripples on water. The forest seemed smaller now, the burned trunks leaning inward as if closing behind us. Every time I glanced back, I expected to see someone standing there. We followed the ridge road west toward the old fire break, where the Forest Service truck was scheduled to meet us by noon. The path was open and flat, but I could feel the ground vibrating slightly through my boots, as though the earth was breathing under the ash. Louis rode ahead with the mules, humming low to calm them. They still refused to look toward the trees. Dustin walked behind me, saw case slung over his shoulder, muttering under his breath about the tracks, how shallow they'd been, how dry the air was, how no living person could have made them without leaving dust trails. He kept saying, "It doesn't make sense," like that might make it less real. Katie was silent. The wind carried fine ash into the air, turning the sunlight into haze. After an hour, the temperature dropped again, and the smell of smoke drifted through. Old smoke, not new. We stopped. The ridge ahead shimmered slightly, as if the heat from the ground was distorting the air. When we reached it, the trail opened into a small clearing. There, on the pale slope, lay a circle of ash darker than the rest, wide, smooth, and perfectly round. Katie knelt to touch it. "It's warm," she said softly. It was more than warm. It pulsed faintly under her hand, the way coals do when they're nearly dead, but not quite cold. The surface was unbroken except for a single footprint at the center. Bare, small, facing us. We all stood staring for a long time. The sound of the wind died completely. The forest held still. Then came the voice. It didn't come from a direction. It came from everywhere. Thin, breathy, woven into the air itself. "Why did you come back?" Katie staggered backward. Louis dropped the mule lead. The animals bolted halfway down the ridge before stopping, trembling. The voice was quiet, almost kind, but there was weight under it, something that didn't belong to any throat. I forced myself to speak. "We're just clearing the trail. We didn't mean—" The voice overlapped mine. "You took what was buried." Dustin shook his head. "We didn't take anything. We didn't—" But as he said it, I realized what it meant. Yesterday, when we had cut through the lower switchbacks, we'd turned up a section of fused bark, the glassy layer with footprints preserved inside. We had disturbed it, exposed it. The ground beneath the circle trembled lightly. Fine ash lifted in threads, curling upward, forming a faint outline of movement, human-shaped, barely there. Katie whispered, "It's her." I didn't know who her was, but in that moment, I believed her. The ash shape flickered closer, resolving into a faint suggestion of a face, blank, almost smooth. Where eyes should have been, there were hollows of darker gray. I stepped back once, twice. The ash shifted under my boots, and when I looked down, there were more footprints forming, not mine, smaller, softer, pressing up from beneath the surface like something rising through water. Louis shouted, "Run!" We did. The trail behind us hissed as the ash collapsed in waves. The mules screamed ahead, the air filled with that sickly sweet resin smell again, thicker now, burning the back of my throat. My lungs ached from breathing it. When we reached the edge of the burn scar, the change was instant. The ash gave way to hard soil and dead grass. The air cleared. Sound returned. The whine of insects, the faint rush of wind through unburned pines. We didn't stop until we saw the Forest Service truck waiting at the old gate. The driver, some kid from Wenatchee, took one look at us and said, "You folks okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." No one answered. On the ride back down, I looked out the window toward the ridge. The burn zone was just a haze of pale smoke now, rising in slow columns. But near the center, I thought I saw movement. One gray figure standing still among the stumps, watching the truck until the forest swallowed it from view. We filed the incident report that afternoon. I wrote what could be explained: radio interference, unstable terrain, possible trespasser. The rest, I left blank. A week later, when another crew went in to finish our section, they radioed me from the ridge. Their supervisor, a guy named Grant, sounded uneasy. "Holly, did you leave markers out here?" "No," I told him. "We packed everything out." There was a pause. Then his voice came back lower. "Because we found a trail of prints through the ash, bare feet, headed west, toward your old camp." He didn't say anything else after that. That night, I dreamed of the burn scar, the gray hills breathing heat, the air alive with whispering static. When I woke, my throat was raw with ash I couldn't have breathed. Outside my cabin door, pressed into the thin layer of dirt left by rain, was a single footprint, small, bare, facing in. And I knew then the forest hadn't wanted us to clear it. It had wanted us to remember it. Or maybe it had wanted to come back through us.
My name is Leo Anders, a climate field technician stationed in western Greenland, near Disco Bay. I've spent 6 years working with atmospheric monitoring teams, collecting air samples, maintaining pressure gauges, and recording temperature patterns across the Arctic shelf. My job is technical and uneventful most of the time, until the weather decides otherwise. On January 19th, I was alone at the Nygaard Outpost, a single-module research cabin bolted to permafrost and wrapped in reflective insulation. It was supposed to be a quick 12-hour data collection shift before a storm arrived. By noon, the barometer had already fallen lower than I'd ever seen. It read 868 millibars, well below the previous record for the area. I logged it, assuming a calibration error. Instruments freeze or desynchronize all the time out here. But when I checked the backup digital gauge, new and factory calibrated, it displayed the same reading. The wind outside was strangely inconsistent, gusting one moment and dead still the next. The light had flattened too, the kind of gray that erases shadows and distance. I sent a brief message through the satellite terminal to the main station in Ilulissat, noting the anomaly. The reply came 5 minutes later. Confirmed drop in surrounding sensors. Maintain watch, secure instruments. That's all. By early afternoon, the snow began its slow drift across the plateau. I stepped outside in full gear to inspect the anemometer and external barometer housing. My breath condensed inside my face mask as I leaned against the pole, listening to the low moan of the wind turbines that powered the station. The wind speed registered only 4 knots, but I could feel pressure in my ears, as though descending in an airplane. It wasn't just dropping, it was pressing inward. Inside, the cabin temperature wavered between 0 and 2 degrees Celsius, despite the heater's steady output. The walls creaked, as if the insulation panels were expanding. I tried to shake it off and focus on my tasks. Every 30 minutes, I logged readings, compared gauges, and checked the acoustic sensors that monitor the resonance of the ice shelf below. Around 3 p.m., one of them pinged with a sharp deviation, like a brief seismic event, but localized directly under the outpost. I paused. The sound file showed a spike lasting half a second, a short, low-frequency pulse, inward rather than outward. Normally, seismic vibrations push from below, radiating energy up through the ice. This one seemed reversed, like the pressure had sucked the ground upward. The light through the window dimmed again, turning metallic. The snow outside wasn't falling. It was hovering, swirling in slow, unnatural loops before settling back down. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I'd been staring at screens too long, but it persisted, a faint shimmer in the air, like heat waves rising from the snow. At 3:42 p.m., the main barometer hit 853 millibars. The needle trembled at the base of the gauge, metal squealing softly inside the glass. The air itself felt thicker, denser. My ears popped twice. Then the heater's vent grills clanked and reversed with a soft hiss. The airflow direction flipped. Instead of pushing warm air out, it began pulling it inward. I watched a thread of steam from my coffee cup drift sideways and get drawn into the vent. I killed the power immediately, suspecting a short or motor fault. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no static. My breath fogged in the still air. Then something pressed gently against the door from the outside, a subtle bowing of the seal, like a hand testing resistance. I froze.
watching frost dust loosen from the rubber edge. It happened again. A longer push this time, enough to make the latch groan. I tried to convince myself it was pressure differential. When air pressure outside drops too rapidly, the interior air can bulge outward against the structure. But this was the opposite. The pressure outside was higher. Impossible according to my instruments. The barometer said the external air density was collapsing, yet every physical sign around me said the air outside was pushing in. I stepped to the console and checked all systems. The digital readouts flickered, each line of numbers shimmering like mirages. My hands felt weightless, my heart beat loud in my chest. The cabin door gave another slow bend inward. Not violently, just enough for the hinge to groan. A fine line of snow hissed through the threshold, spiraling across the floor in a perfect circle before settling. I reached for the radio and hailed base again. Static. I tried switching frequencies. No response. The sky outside had gone an opaque gray, the horizon gone entirely. I could see the weather mast only as a dim outline. The wind vane was motionless, though I could hear wind, not the rush of air, but the distant murmur of something moving through it. A slow modulation, low and rhythmic. I don't remember deciding to open the door, only that I found myself standing with my hand on the latch, pulse hammering in my throat. The metal handle was ice cold, vibrating faintly beneath my glove. When I cracked it open by an inch, the air didn't rush out as I expected. It pulled in. The draft slid around my boots and up my legs like water flowing uphill. Beyond the doorway, the landscape looked warped. The snow was rising in silent plumes from the ground, curling upward against gravity before fading into the gray. My instruments stood half buried, their poles bending slightly toward the cabin. Then, without warning, the main barometer needle inside the cabin jumped back up from 853 to 880 millibars in a single silent swing. And the pressure on the door stopped. I shut it fast and locked it, though I had no idea what that could even stop anymore. It was only 4:06 p.m. The real storm hadn't arrived yet. But the air inside the outpost was no longer still. It was breathing.
I stayed by the door for a full minute, one hand still on the latch. The silence inside the cabin was so complete that every sound my body made seemed amplified. The creak of my sleeve, the rasp of my own breathing, the faint crunch of frost under my boots. I tried to think logically. Maybe the differential pressure had triggered some structural flex, or I'd misread the gauges under stress. But the instruments don't imagine things. At 4:10 p.m., the acoustic monitor blipped again. This time, it wasn't a single pulse. It was a repeating pattern. 4 bursts, spaced evenly apart, then silence. I replayed the file on the internal console and saw the frequency peaks align almost perfectly, too symmetrical for ice movement or settling. I leaned closer to the screen, turning up the gain. The waveform translated roughly to a low thud, but under it was something sharper, like a drawn-out exhale. It wasn't seismic, it sounded directional, traveling upward from the ice. Outside, the gray light began to pulse faintly. Not lightning, too slow, too measured. The shimmer I'd seen earlier was stronger now, rippling across the snowfield like the surface of a lake when a boat passes. But there was no wind. I turned on the auxiliary floodlight to illuminate the weather mast. and that's when I noticed the flag marker, a small red pennant used for orientation, was pointing down. Not limp, not swaying, but held perfectly still, as if gravity had rotated 90 degrees. The fabric strained toward the snow, straight as a ruler. My headset crackled suddenly, a burst of static, followed by a voice so faint I almost dismissed it as imagination. "Anders, copy?" It was Control in Illulisat. I pressed transmit, forcing steadiness into my voice. "This is Nygard Outpost. I'm online. Severe atmospheric anomaly. Possible inversion event. Confirm connection." The static warped, breaking into small, sharp bursts. Then came a single word. "Pressure back. Inside." The line went dead. I stood motionless, staring at the transceiver's light as it blinked red, then went dark. I tried rebooting the link twice. No return signal. When I finally looked up, the frost on the window had formed perfect concentric rings, each line faintly vibrating as if in response to some unseen frequency. My ears popped again. I swallowed, trying to equalize, but the sensation deepened. The air felt heavier now, like moving through syrup. I grabbed my parka hood and pulled it over my head, deciding to make one last exterior check before full night. I told myself I just needed to confirm the instruments hadn't iced over or tipped. That's all. I stepped outside. The moment I crossed the threshold, my hearing muted completely. The wind was gone. My boots made no sound on the snow. Even my exhale came out silent. The world was dim silver, endless, flat. About 10 meters from the cabin, I felt it, the push. Not a gust, not motion. It was as if the entire sky leaned on me, pressing with steady, invisible weight. My knees bent against it, instinctively bracing. My anemometer spun violently, yet there was no air movement. The snow didn't stir. I crouched by the base of the weather mast to check the sensors. The metal was slick and warm to the touch, as if heat was being forced into it from the atmosphere. The Baromir housing was fogged on the inside of the glass. Then, from below the ice came a single deep sound, impossible to locate, a kind of rolling compression, as though a vast cavity beneath the ice shelf had just exhaled. The snow trembled slightly under my boots. I turned back toward the cabin. The floodlight was flickering. Each flash lasted longer than the last, stretching into strange, stuttering intervals. Between flashes, I could still see the outline of the cabin, but it wasn't dark. It was faintly illuminated by the air itself, a glow with no source. When I reached the door and pulled it open, the cabin interior breathed out. A rush of warm, moist air burst into my face. The pressure inversion was complete. The outpost had filled with denser air than what surrounded it. I slammed the door shut again, sealed the hatch, and dropped to one knee, feeling the floor vibrate under me. A hum was building, a low, sustained resonance rising from the structure itself. Every panel creaked in slow rhythm, like lungs expanding. The data loggers began blinking erratically. Their LED indicators pulsed in perfect synchronization with the vibration in the floor. The digital barometer now read 812 millibars. That wasn't possible. The lowest recorded on Earth is around 870. Then, in the midst of that pulsing light, the acoustic monitor played again. But this time, it wasn't the ice. It was a voice. "Anders?" It came through low and fragmented, but unmistakably human. My own name stretched out like breath over a radio. I stared at the waveform on the screen. The pattern wasn't just similar to the previous pulses. It was the same. The earlier seismic pattern had been this sound, distorted through the ice. I muted the channel, heart pounding.
and looked toward the vent where the heater had reversed earlier. Steam was still curling faintly from it, but now the condensation wasn't forming on the metal. It was receding, evaporating toward the vent mouth as if the air inside it was inhaling again. I stood slowly, listening. Between each deep pulse from the ice, there was another sound, soft, rhythmic, almost like whispering under breath. Not speech, but timing, as if something vast and patient was listening in return. I walked to the nearest window and wiped away a patch of frost. The exterior light was gone completely. Yet the snowfield glowed faintly from within, each drift casting its own weak radiance. I pressed my gloved hand to the glass and felt the faintest vibration, heartbeat steady. My instruments all showed chaos, temperature rising despite the heater being off, pressure dropping toward void, humidity spiking even though outside air was freezing. Something was happening to the atmosphere itself. It wasn't just the storm pressing down, it was the air pushing back. At 4:37 p.m., the first of the bolts securing the cabin to the permafrost let out a long metallic groan.
When the first anchor bolt groaned, it didn't sound like metal. It sounded like a low growl muffled through snow. I stared at the floor, waiting for a follow-up vibration, a tremor, anything that would make sense. The cabin had been built to withstand hurricane-force winds, but the motion I felt wasn't horizontal. It came upward, like something was lifting the outpost from underneath. I grabbed my tool pack and crouched by the inspection hatch that led to the foundation brackets. As soon as I lifted the panel, a blast of heat hit my face. Heat from the frozen ground. The sensor lights down there glowed faint red, like coals under ice. The log screen on the main console started scrolling on its own, data lines filling faster than the sampling rate should allow. Pressure, 801 millibars, then 797. The numbers were dropping every second. The cabin's frame began to creak, rhythmic and slow. Each flex of metal followed by a deep thud from below, like the heartbeat of the ice. I pressed my palm to the wall. It pulsed. Once every few seconds, the aluminum skin pushed against my hand, as if something inside it were breathing. The air tasted wrong, too. There was a metallic tang, sharp like ozone after lightning. Except there was no lightning here, just endless gray light outside. My breath fogged in short bursts, and the condensation hung suspended mid-air before sliding sideways, drawn toward the vent. I turned to the radio again and tried broadcasting on emergency frequency 122.9. Static. Then a voice came through. My own, recorded. "This is Nygaard Outpost. Anomaly confirmed." The transmission was one I'd made 20 minutes ago. It played back perfectly, right up to the moment I'd said secure instruments. Then, an additional line I hadn't spoken. "The air is alive." I hit stop, staring at the speaker. The playback continued anyway, soft, repeating that same sentence in a broken loop. "The air is alive. The air is alive." The floor shifted again. This time the entire cabin tilted slightly east. Tools rolled across the counter. The LED strips along the ceiling dimmed to a dull amber. I checked the power meter. No drain recorded. It was as if the lights were responding to the external brightness instead of current. Outside, that dim radiance still hovered over the snow. But the horizon, there wasn't one anymore. The landscape had flattened into a smooth plain of gray-white. No sky, no ground, just gradations of density. I zipped my parka and braced myself, stepping to the door again. I knew it was reckless, but staying sealed inside felt worse. When I cracked the hatch open, I half expected another rush of warm air. Instead, the air felt dense and still, like stepping into water. Snow had built up in uneven ridges around the base of the cabin, sculpted upward instead of downward. The poles holding the instruments had bent further toward the outpost, as though magnetized. The nearest anemometer spun lazily, one rotation every few seconds, without any wind. I crouched by the gauge stand and watched frost gather on the barometer housing. The needle still hovered under 790 millibars. It quivered once, then steadied. And then I heard it. A soft groan that wasn't the cabin this time. It came from the horizon, or where the horizon should have been. A single continuous note that rose and fell, deep and slow, like a sigh stretched across miles of ice. I could feel it in my ribs more than I could hear it. When it faded, the silence that followed was unbearable. I took a step back toward the cabin door and saw something move in the air between me and the floodlight pole. Not a shape, more like a distortion, a faint curve that bent the light behind it. I blinked, and the snow under that curve lifted in a spiral, hovering a few feet off the ground before collapsing soundlessly. It left behind a perfect imprint, circular and smooth, pressed into the snow as if by invisible weight. The pressure in my ears built again, sharp this time, forcing me to swallow repeatedly. I stumbled back inside and shut the door, clutching my head. The interior lights were pulsing faster now, in time with that invisible heartbeat beneath the floor. Each pulse made the shadows contract inward. My instruments flashed warnings across every display. Data overload, invalid readings, temperature inversion, gas concentration spikes. One alert caught my eye. O2 saturation, 33%. Impossible. That meant the air was becoming too rich, too thick to breathe properly. I felt lightheaded, my chest tight. I opened the emergency air canister and took a breath from the mask. The rush of clean, compressed air steadied me, but the hiss from the regulator didn't dissipate. It lingered, echoing faintly in the corners of the room, even after I closed the valve. Something answered that hiss. A matching sound came from the vent across the cabin, a drawn breath, synchronized perfectly. It was gentle, almost human. I stared, motionless, as the metal grill flexed inward with each inhale. Then, after a pause, it exhaled. Every vent in the cabin began to move in sequence, expanding and contracting in rhythm. The entire air system alive with motion, though the power was still cut. I backed toward the console, hand trembling. The acoustic monitor still recorded, and now the waveform displayed a new signal, steady, patterned, like Morse code. I translated what I could. Leonandrs. It was spelling my name. The hum in the walls grew louder, resonating with the same timing as the signal. I watched frost creep down from the ceiling beams, spreading across the instruments in thin veins. Each pulse made them glitter, as if light was passing through from behind. I don't know why I said it out loud. Maybe to break the spell. You're not supposed to be here. The moment the words left my mouth, the air around me shifted. The pressure equalized just enough for my ears to pop outward again. The sound stopped, all at once. The silence after that felt wrong, emptier than before. I could still sense something waiting, just beyond perception, like the stillness between heartbeats.
The display blinked again. Pressure stabilized at 784 millibars. Outside, the storm had finally arrived. But it wasn't moving in. It was circling. And I realized, watching the snow swirl in perfect concentric rings around the cabin window, that whatever had been pressing against us wasn't weather. It was atmosphere learning to breathe.
By the time I noticed the circular pattern outside, twilight had set in. Though it wasn't real twilight, just the storm dimming everything into that same bruised gray. The circles in the snow widened slowly, turning counterclockwise. The entire field moved like a slow, breathing vortex. I stood at the window too long, mesmerized, until the cabin shuddered again and snapped me back to myself. The pressure gauge blinked erratically between 784 and 782 millibars, fluctuating faster than any storm front could justify. The heater, still off, emitted a faint rhythmic tick, perfectly synchronized with those pulses. I felt it in my chest, a slow push and release, like something was trying to steady my heartbeat into its own pattern. I grabbed my notebook, an actual paper log, not the console, and wrote down the times and readings manually. I needed something physical, something not connected to the systems that were starting to feel autonomous. The ink shook across the page as the floor vibrated again. A slow rise and fall, like the cabin itself was floating. At 5:08 p.m., the acoustic monitor crackled back to life on its own. The waveform appeared on the screen, cleaner this time, a repeating shape. Long, short, long. I recognized it instinctively. Morse. Again, I decoded a few fragments before the next pulse warped the data. Stay. Under. Cover. I stared at the translation, pulse thudding in my ears. That wasn't a phrase from my recorded transmissions. It wasn't part of any station alert protocol. Someone or something was trying to communicate in the one language that required no sound, only rhythm. The outpost creaked louder, and I realized the wind turbine outside had stopped spinning entirely. Its blades were locked, not by ice or jammed bearings, but by air pressure alone. I could see them through the window, frozen mid-rotation, perfectly still despite the faint spiraling drift. When the next pulse came, it wasn't sound. It was physical. Every surface in the cabin flexed outward, then inward, so subtly that my teeth clicked together. The feeling was unmistakable. The atmosphere itself was breathing through the building. My training told me to gather data, to record, to stay methodical, but some deeper instinct, the one that doesn't rely on instruments, told me to stop, to get low, to not challenge whatever was happening. I turned off the floodlight to reduce any internal heat contrast, and sat down on the floor beside the sealed door. The silence stretched, heavy and unnatural. Then came a single knock on the metal from the outside. Not violent, just deliberate. I froze. The sound echoed softly inside the structure, as if the air itself was helping carry it. I didn't move. After a few seconds, another knock came, lower this time, drawn out by the flexing of the door's frame. I whispered before I realized I was speaking. "Who's there?" The barometer needle twitched upward, as if in answer. 784 to 788 to 790. I heard it then, faint through the vent, A single drawn inhale, the same pitch and rhythm as my own. The air temperature rose sharply. Frost melted and ran in thin veins down the metal. I crawled toward the vent, half hypnotized, and pressed my gloved hand against it. The metal pulsed once under my palm, warm. Then came the voice. It wasn't transmitted. It was inside the air itself, the vibrations carrying words that didn't pass through my ears so much as appear directly behind my ribs. Pressure equalizing. It was my own voice, the exact tone, cadence, phrasing, but I hadn't said a word. I backed away, knocking into the table, scattering tools. The radio blinked to life again, display showing no frequency at all, just a blank field where numbers should be. A tone played through it, low and sustained, like the note of a tuning fork held against bone. Then, over that tone, came another whisper, quieter than thought. Stay with me. The barometer dropped again, 772. The lights dimmed and brightened, dimmed again. Each pulse lined up perfectly with the sound, as if the entire structure were following a single breath pattern. I don't know how long I sat there counting each pulse. My watch said 5:32 p.m. when I finally moved again. The storm outside had intensified, but not the way I expected. It wasn't wind or snow. It was compression. The air beyond the window was dense enough that snow no longer fell. It floated, suspended. Each flake shimmered faintly blue, as though lit from within. The door flexed inward again, only this time it didn't stop. The latch groaned, hinges stretching under pressure. I threw my weight against it, trying to brace, but it wasn't like resisting a force. It was like resisting a tide. The push wasn't localized. It was everywhere. A thin, high whine filled the room, the kind that makes your teeth ache. My instruments began to display nonsense characters, letters and numbers looping together. 0 pressure, 0 return, return. The last bolt beneath the cabin popped with a crack like gunfire. The floor shifted several centimeters. The structure had lifted. I grabbed the edge of the table as the room tilted. The acoustic monitor went black. Every screen blinked off at once. Then came the single longest exhale I've ever heard. Not from lungs, but from the world itself. The cabin groaned, every seam whining under stress. Papers lifted from the counter, floating toward the ceiling, caught in the updraft of invisible breath. The pressure gauge shattered with a clean, crystalline sound. Mercury, or what it looked like, burst upward instead of downward, spreading in perfect globes through the air, suspended in slow motion. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The air pressed so hard against my chest, it felt like it was learning how to do it for me. My heartbeat slowed, syncing with the rhythm in the walls. I could feel my pulse move outward, not inward. And then, just as suddenly, the pressure broke. A rush of wind tore through the outpost, forcing the door open. I was thrown backward into the corner by the sleeping cot. The world outside was white, absolute. The snowfield erased. I remember crawling to the doorway, fighting the wind that had finally found itself again. The air screamed past me, carrying bits of frost, paper, and shards of the barometer glass. I looked out once more at the storm. The spirals were gone.
The light had returned to normal gray. My instruments, half buried in snow, stood still. The atmosphere had stopped breathing. At 6:01 p.m., the emergency backup line flickered on by itself. One message appeared on the console before the power finally cut for good. Pressure normalized. Do not return. That was 2 months ago. They never found the Nygaard outpost again.
My name is Camila Duarte, and I am a licensed desert geology guide for the New Mexico Bureau of Land Exploration. For the past 7 years, I've been leading educational field tours through the Chihuahuan Desert, explaining stratified sand layers, dry basins, and the fossilized remnants of what used to be an inland sea. The job demands precision and patience, qualities that keep you alive out there, where the horizon never ends and the heat doesn't forgive mistakes. That morning in early May began like every other. A small group of tourists, a convoy of 3 vehicles, and an empty stretch of road that shimmered under the sun. We were heading toward an isolated dune system called La Vena de Arena, the sand vein. It's not an official name on any geological map, but that's what the locals call it. The site was rumored to be unstable, a shifting vein of gypsum dunes that occasionally uncovered old debris from World War II training exercises. I had been there once before with a research team, and we'd found fragments of rusted canteens and tire tracks etched deep into the sand, preserved like fossils. We parked near a cluster of low ridges where the sand turned pale silver. The wind was light then, rushing across the dunes in long waves. I checked my handheld barometer, pressure steady, temperature climbing fast. It was barely 10 a.m., and the heat was already rising above 90. The group that day included 5 tourists, 2 couples from Santa Fe, and 1 geology student named Ryan, who carried too much camera gear for the kind of trek we were doing. I remember him vividly because he kept stopping to photograph his own footprints, fascinated by how quickly the sand erased them. We hiked for about an hour before reaching the base of the largest dune, a long crescent-shaped ridge that shimmered like metal. The sand underfoot was unusually fine, almost soft enough to swallow a boot heel. I was explaining wind deposition and cross-bedding when one of the guests, a man named Carter, interrupted me. "Camila, is that smoke?" he asked, pointing to the far side of the ridge. At first I thought it was a mirage, a faint shimmer in the air, slightly darker than the horizon. But then the wind shifted, and I caught a whiff of something unmistakable: burnt food. I told everyone to wait while I climbed the ridge alone, safety protocol. From the top, the desert stretched in all directions, flat, empty, endless. But just below me, nestled between 2 wind-sculpted slopes, was something that shouldn't have been there at all. A camp. 3 tents half buried in the sand, a small fold-out table, a propane stove still burning low, steam rising from a pan of eggs, and beside it a coffee pot that hissed softly, as if someone had just stepped away. I froze, watching for movement. None. No voices, no tracks, no shadows but my own. The sand was perfectly smooth around the tents except for one set of partial footprints, faint, almost erased. I radioed back to the group. "There's an active camp here, but it looks abandoned." Ryan, the student, insisted on joining me to document it. Against my better judgment, I allowed it.
We slid down the slope together, and the air felt oddly cooler as we reached the site. The stove flame flickered but didn't die. The eggs were half cooked, yellow edges crusting under the heat. The coffee smelled fresh. "Maybe someone went to relieve themselves," Ryan suggested, kneeling beside a tent flap. He tugged it open before I could stop him. Inside were 3 sleeping bags, unzipped and empty, a map pinned under a rock, a radio half buried in the sand. The strangest part was how warm everything was, radiant like the sun had been focused directly on this spot for hours. I checked the ground temperature with my sensor, 86 degrees, but the air inside the tent measured barely 65. A 15-degree drop in the middle of an open desert made no sense. "Camila," Ryan whispered, "look at this." He pointed to a metal mug on the ground. It was vibrating slightly, as if the sand beneath it were moving. I crouched and pressed my hand against the ground. The vibration wasn't from wind. It was pulsing, slow, rhythmic. Then the mug tipped over, spilling coffee across the sand. Instead of soaking in, the liquid spread in narrow lines, veins, snaking outward in thin, dark patterns before vanishing below the surface. Ryan exhaled sharply. "It's like it's breathing." The radio on the table crackled once, a single burst of static, then silence. I turned to scan the horizon, expecting to see movement, maybe the campers returning, but the dunes beyond us were bare and still. The wind had died entirely. Even the faint rustle of sand grains was gone, as if the entire desert was holding its breath. "All right," I said carefully, keeping my tone even. "We're heading back to the vehicles, now." Ryan hesitated, half camera raised. "But we should—" "No," I cut him off. "This site's unstable. The sand is shifting from below. We'll mark the coordinates and report it." He looked disappointed, but nodded. We started back toward the ridge. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder. The tent sat perfectly still, the stove flame unwavering, the coffee pot still hissing faintly. Halfway up the slope, I noticed something new. The sand behind us, where we had just walked, was sinking, slowly, like it was inhaling. Our footprints vanished in seconds. When we reached the top, I looked back one last time. The campsite was already half gone, swallowed by a gentle collapse of the dune. The stove flickered, then disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only a curl of steam rising into the empty sky. Ryan stood beside me, pale and silent. "What was that?" he asked softly. I didn't answer. I couldn't, because in that moment, I realized something else. The faint vibration hadn't stopped. It was still underfoot, traveling upward through the dune like a pulse. And when I checked my barometer again, the needle had dropped sharply, pressure falling fast. A change in weather maybe, but in the desert, pressure drops don't come with heartbeats beneath the sand. The wind picked up again, whispering across the ridge, and from far below, muffled by layers of shifting earth, came the faint sound of metal striking metal, like a pot being set back on a stove.
Ryan and I descended the dunes in silence, the sand sliding under our boots with each step. The others were waiting where I'd told them, clustered near the vehicles, anxious but obedient. They must have seen our faces as we approached, because no one asked what we'd found. The air had changed again. The desert felt heavier somehow, as if the sun had dimmed without clouds to explain it. My handheld barometer was still dropping. I kept checking it out of habit, even though the readings were impossible. Pressure falling at a rate you'd only see before a thunderstorm. But the sky remained a flat, merciless blue. I told everyone we'd be cutting the tour short, that we'd encountered geological instability, a term vague enough not to cause panic. Ryan stayed quiet, clutching his camera, sand dusted across his lens. We loaded up quickly. I took the lead vehicle. The tires spun at first, struggling for traction as the sand seemed looser than before. I kept glancing at the side mirror, half expecting to see the campsite reappear, or worse, one of those tents upright again with someone standing beside it. But there was nothing, just the dunes, smooth and shifting like the surface of water. 10 minutes into the drive, Ryan's voice crackled over the radio. "Camila, do you copy?" "Go ahead," I said. "I think we should go back," he said. "I know how it sounds, but my camera recorded something. When you were checking the ground, the sand near your hand was moving." "Wind," I said flatly. "No, it wasn't wind. It was circular, like something underneath was—" Ryan interrupted. "Drop it. We're heading out." But he didn't respond. His vehicle slowed behind mine. I pulled to a stop, stepping out into the heat. The others watched from their cars, windows rolled up, nervous eyes tracking my every move. Ryan was kneeling in the sand beside his truck, holding his camera low to the ground. The LCD screen showed playback from earlier, the moment at the camp when the mug had fallen. He zoomed in, and the sand beneath my hand rippled outward in concentric waves, like the surface of a pond after a stone is dropped. Then, for a fraction of a second, something pale flashed beneath the grains. "See that?" he whispered. "Something living." The image blurred, static flickering across the screen. Then the playback froze completely, lines distorting across his face. I shut the camera off and pushed it back to him. "We're leaving now." The drive back was agonizing. The GPS began losing signal, the compass needle drifting lazily between directions. I tried to focus on landmarks, the shallow ridge, the dry arroyo, but everything looked the same. Even the sun's position felt uncertain, hovering higher than it should have been. We finally reached a section of exposed rock near the edge of the dune field. Solid ground. I exhaled when the tires hit it. We stopped there to check bearings. The two couples were pale with exhaustion. One of them, the woman named Dana, kept wiping her forehead, saying the air felt wrong, that it tasted metallic. Her husband thought it was dehydration. I passed around electrolyte tablets and told them to stay hydrated. When I turned back toward the dunes, I noticed the sand line behind us had shifted again. The highest ridge, the one where we'd found the camp, was gone, completely leveled. Ryan saw it too. "That happened too fast," he said. "That's not wind erosion, that's collapse." He was right. Dunes don't flatten in minutes. Something had pulled the foundation out from underneath. I radioed base camp to report unstable terrain and possible subsidence. No response, just static. I tried again on the emergency frequency. Same result. We waited. The wind died completely. The desert fell into a strange hush. Then, faintly,
From somewhere beneath the surface came a low groan. It didn't sound like shifting earth. It sounded like pressure, like something exhaling through the sand. The others heard it too. Carter grabbed his wife's hand. Dana started crying quietly. "Everyone in the vehicles," I said firmly. "We're moving now." We accelerated onto the rock flats, tires spitting dust. My pulse matched the hum of the engine. I knew the desert well enough to recognize the warning signs of collapse, underground caverns, sinkholes, but this was different. It wasn't random. It was moving with us. Through the rearview mirror, I saw ripples forming in the sand behind Ryan's truck, perfect widening rings. Then, something broke the surface. It was brief, just a flash, like a pale tendril of sand or a root twisting upward before sinking back in. But I saw it. Ryan did too. His brake lights flickered and his truck swerved. "Keep going," I shouted through the radio. "Do not stop." We cleared the last ridge and reached the old service road, a line of packed gravel leading east toward the main highway. I didn't stop until the dunes were a shrinking blur in the mirror. Only then did I let everyone step out. The relief was visible in their faces, but Ryan wasn't done. He pulled out his GPS tracker and frowned. "This doesn't make sense," he said. "The coordinates of that camp, they match an old dig site, 2007. A university team went missing out there. 3 grad students and a field tech." I remembered the case vaguely. They'd been presumed lost to a sandstorm. The search had turned up nothing but fragments of gear months later, scattered across miles. Ryan showed me the image again, the moment when the sand rippled around the mug. What if that was them? I wanted to tell him to not be ridiculous, to remind him that the desert swallows everything eventually, metal, bone, memory. But part of me had noticed the same thing in that footage right before the image cut to static. The pattern the sand made wasn't random. It had symmetry. Concentric rings, yes, but within them, small branching channels, veins. A vein running through the sand. When we finally reached the main highway, I pulled over to call base camp again. The line connected this time, but the signal was weak. I reported a possible underground collapse at La Vena de Arena and unstable conditions. The dispatcher paused and asked me to repeat the coordinates. When I did, there was silence on the line. Then she said quietly, "Camila, that area's closed since 2008. There shouldn't be anyone out there." I looked at Ryan. He was staring out toward the desert, where the dunes shimmered under the sun, alive with faint movement. Something beneath them was still shifting, still breathing, and the pressure on my gauge kept dropping.
We reached the ranger substation just before noon, though it felt much later. The air carried a stillness that didn't match the clock. No cicadas, no wind, just the hum of our cooling engines. I parked and radioed in again, giving a full report to dispatch. The signal cut in and out, static chewing at my words, but they logged it as possible ground instability event. That phrase made it sound almost routine. Ryan followed me inside, still clutching his camera.
The others waited in the shade outside, pale and glassy-eyed. They'd lost interest in the desert, in the stories or fossils I'd promised them. They just wanted to go home. The ranger on duty, Miguel, met us in the front office. He'd worked this region longer than I had, and when I told him where we'd been, his face tightened. "La Veña," he said, frowning. "Why would you take a tour there? That zone's restricted." I said it wasn't marked as restricted on my map. It must be outdated. Miguel disappeared into the back room and came out with an old laminated survey chart. He pointed to a shaded area covering almost 10 square miles, the same region we'd just left. He said, "The ground collapses started there about 15 years ago. First few blamed on gypsum sinkholes, then an oil survey rig went missing. No trace, not even debris." I felt a chill spread through me, though the office air was stifling. "Missing?" He nodded. He said, "It said it was a gas pocket collapse, but when recovery teams arrived, the holes had filled themselves overnight. It's like the desert refused to give them back." Ryan sat down hard on a bench, staring at his hands. He said, "We saw a campsite there. Everything was warm, cooking, like someone just left." Miguel turned to him, puzzled. "You said, 'There's nothing left out there but sand. What you saw was old.'" "No," Ryan said, his voice trembling. "It was new." Miguel looked at me, searching my expression. I said nothing. He sighed and rubbed his temples. "You should both file a report, then rest. I'll send someone to check the coordinates tomorrow." That word, tomorrow, landed wrong in my chest. The campsite, the warmth, the vibration underfoot, it all felt too immediate, too alive to be left for tomorrow. After the others had been driven back to their lodgings, Ryan asked if he could show me something. We went out to the truck, where he plugged his camera into his laptop. The screen flickered, distorted by interference, but the footage played. At first it was ordinary, the tents, the stove, the coffee pot. Then the mug toppled, spilling coffee. The sand pulsed, but this time, with the contrast adjusted, I could see something else. Beneath the sand, faint shapes moved, slow and sinuous, like tendrils tracing the heat. "Those aren't shadows," Ryan whispered. "They're beneath the surface." The image froze, glitched, then resumed. The sand collapsed inward, swallowing the stove. The frame jumped, and suddenly faint outlines appeared. 3 figures sitting around the table, transparent, heat distortions shaped like people, then gone. He paused the video. "You see it, right?" I did, but I couldn't name what I saw. Before I could speak, a low thump echoed from outside. It came from the west, distant, but powerful enough to rattle the window glass. Miguel rushed out of the office. We followed. On the horizon, where the dunes shimmered hours ago, a plume of dust rose straight into the air, then another, then a third. The desert was moving. Miguel grabbed his binoculars. He said, "That's not wind. It's lifting from below." He called for backup, but the radio only hissed. I checked my barometer out of reflex. The needle had sunk past the red line. Record low. A tremor rolled through the ground, subtle at first, then sharper. Sand vibrated loose from the truck tires. The motion felt deliberate, pulsing in slow rhythm. Ryan whispered, "It's the same pulse." We stood in silence listening. Between each tremor, there was a hollow pause, like breath drawn in. Then came a distant metallic clang. Another, repeated irregularly, echoing across the desert like something enormous striking from underground. Miguel's voice wavered.
He said, "Maybe an old shaft collapsing?" But I knew what collapse sounded like. This wasn't it. This was impact. He told us to stay while he drove out to check the perimeter. Ryan and I watched his truck disappear into the dust. 10 minutes passed. 15. The air thickened with heat. Then, faintly, his voice came over the radio, broken by static. "Camila, I think you should see—" The rest cut out. I grabbed my keys. Ryan jumped into the passenger seat. He said, "You can't go out there." And I said, "I'm not leaving him." The drive was short, maybe 5 miles, but every minute stretched. As we neared the ridgeline, the temperature dropped sharply, 15 degrees at least. I recognized the pattern, the same pressure anomaly from the camp. Miguel's truck sat abandoned near a shallow depression. His door was open. No footprints led away, just fine dust swirled into vague spirals. I stepped closer, calling his name. No response. Ryan held his camera up again, filming. The depression widened as we watched. Sand slid downward in slow spirals, as though the ground were being stirred from beneath. Then at the center, something gleamed. Metal. A fragment of the stove we'd seen earlier, half buried. It wasn't just the same model, it was the same piece. I recognized the dent on the handle. Ryan's breathing grew sharp. "It's impossible. It was miles from here." I didn't answer. My boots sunk half an inch deeper, the ground softening. A vibration rose beneath us, steady, pulsing, almost like a heartbeat again. Then, from within the pit, came the faint hiss of a gas stove lighting. Ryan screamed. The sand convulsed. I lunged for him, but the ground folded inward, pulling us both to our knees. We crawled backward, scrambling for traction. The hiss grew louder, joined by the unmistakable sound of bubbling oil, someone cooking. A faint metallic rattle followed, like a spoon stirring a pot. Then a voice, distant, warped by the sand, but unmistakably human. A woman's voice speaking softly in Spanish. "Está listo el desayuno," which means, "Breakfast is ready." I froze. Ryan fumbled for his camera, but the lens cracked against a rock as he slipped. We scrambled toward the truck. Behind us, the depression sealed itself, sand leveling out until the ground looked untouched. The air went still again. No sound, no pulse, only heat. Ryan collapsed against the side of the vehicle, shaking. "Tell me you heard that." I did. We drove back in silence. By the time we reached the substation, Miguel's truck still hadn't returned. The dispatch line was dead again. I tried to reach anyone on the state channel, but it was all static. Outside, the horizon shimmered with heat, but deep within it, I thought I saw motion, the dunes flexing like muscle, the faint rise and fall of something enormous sleeping beneath. When I looked down, my barometer's needle was completely gone, snapped off inside the glass.
By late afternoon, the desert had gone silent in a way I'd never known possible, like the air itself was waiting. The sun was dimmer, as if filtered through something unseen. Every few minutes, I caught the faint taste of metal on the wind. Ryan sat in the shade by the substation door, hands trembling around a half-empty water bottle. His camera was broken beyond use. The lens had cracked clean through, the body jammed with fine white grit. I'd been pacing for nearly an hour, trying and failing to get any radio signal beyond static. Miguel still hadn't come back. The last message I'd received from dispatch before the line went dead kept looping in my head. That area's been closed since 2008. It wasn't just a warning. It was history repeating itself. I finally decided we couldn't wait. If Miguel was out there, we owed him a search, even if it meant stepping back toward the dunes. But I also knew something fundamental had shifted in the land. It wasn't just unstable ground anymore. It was something alive, something aware. I checked the readings again. My backup barometer, an analog wrist gauge, was failing, its needle jerking back and forth like it couldn't decide which way to fall. Ryan followed as I packed the truck. He didn't argue this time, just loaded extra water and batteries. His silence felt heavier than fear. It was resignation. We left the station behind, its radio mast casting a long, lonely shadow. The moment we crossed back into the dune field, the truck began to vibrate faintly. It wasn't the tires. The vibration came through the steering wheel, through the chassis, like the ground itself was humming. We drove until the horizon began to blur with heat, until every direction looked the same. I stopped on a ridge and stepped out. The sand there was unnaturally warm, radiating heat even though the sun was slipping toward evening. Ryan pointed east. "Camilla, look!" Something glinted near a low hollow, a small metal object half buried in the sand. We walked toward it slowly, the heat pushing against our faces like steam. It was a compass, Miguel's. I recognized the leather strap tied around it. The glass was intact, but the needle spun aimlessly, circling without pause. I picked it up and felt a tremor pulse beneath my boots, rhythmic, measured. Ryan whispered, "It's under us again." Before I could answer, the sand near our feet began to move, not in gusts or slides, but in deliberate motion, rippling outward in thin rings. The pattern was the same as before, concentric circles, branching lines connecting them like capillaries, a vein pulsing in time with that invisible heart below. Then a sound drifted up through the sand, muffled, rhythmic clinks, metal on metal, the sound of cooking again. Ryan raised his head slowly. "Camilla, it's playing back the same sounds." He was right. The air carried echoes of the earlier camp, the soft hiss of a burner, the scrape of a pan, faint voices murmuring in Spanish. I could even smell coffee again. I backed away carefully. "We go now. Don't look back." But Ryan didn't move. He was staring at the hollow, at something rising through the sand. At first I thought it was a trick of heat, but then I saw the outline, the corner of a tent surfacing like a shipwreck breaching water. The same tan fabric, the same fold-out table. Then came the stove, hissing faintly, already lit. And then beside it, a shape began to form. A figure, half human in outline, sculpted from sand itself. It didn't move, didn't breathe, but its surface shimmered with faint vibration, as though the desert was using it to mimic what it had taken. Ryan stepped closer, transfixed. "Ryan, don't," I said sharply. He didn't hear me. His hand lifted toward it. The sand around the figure pulsed, responding like muscle under skin. The air thickened with static and my ears filled with pressure, the same feeling you get underwater. I grabbed his arm and yanked him backward, but his boot sank into the sand as if it had liquefied. The more he struggled, the deeper it pulled. "Stop moving," I shouted. "You're making it worse." He gasped, eyes wild. "It's pulling me down." I threw myself to the ground, bracing, and grabbed his jacket with both hands. The fabric stretched tight. Beneath us, the sand vibrated faster, the pulse growing louder, stronger, like the whole desert had a heartbeat now. Then from below, the voice came again. "Está listo." The same words, but slower, closer. Ryan screamed as the sand swallowed his other leg. His camera strap snapped. I pulled harder, but the ground shifted under me, the edges of the hollow widening.
The sand didn't behave like sand anymore. It flexed and breathed, flowing in rhythm. For a split second, I saw his face vanish beneath it. Eyes open, mouth full of grit. Then he was gone. The surface sealed smooth. The hum stopped. The silence afterwards was so complete it hurt. I knelt there, breathing hard, staring at the patch of sand that had taken him. It looked undisturbed, perfectly level, the same as before, like it had never moved at all. I should have run, but my mind went blank, my body locked. I pressed my hand to the ground, and for a heartbeat, it was still. Then it exhaled. A rush of warm air rose from the sand, carrying the scent of coffee and fried eggs. My skin went cold. I stumbled backward, then ran for the truck, nearly falling as the sand softened beneath me. I didn't look back again. The desert was shifting, dunes collapsing and rising in slow, silent motion, like something vast was turning over beneath its surface. When I reached the vehicle, the engine wouldn't start. The gauges flickered, then died. My barometer lay cracked on the seat, needleless. Outside, the last light was fading, and for one impossible moment, across the dunes, I saw a glow, soft orange like firelight, 3 faint shapes sitting around a stove. One of them raised a hand, a silhouette against the dying sun. I drove. I don't remember how I got out, only that the engine eventually caught and the desert road gave way to rock, then asphalt. By the time I reached the next outpost, the sky was dark. I made my report, but I kept certain things to myself. They logged Miguel and Ryan as missing, presumed lost in a ground collapse. A week later, I returned with a recovery team. The dunes had moved 20 miles east. The site where we'd found the camp was now an unbroken sea of sand. No debris, no tents, not even tire tracks. But when I pressed my ear to the ground, I thought I heard it again. So faint, I almost believed it was my heartbeat. A steady rhythm, far below. And underneath it, a whisper that rose like breath through the sand. Está listo el desayuno.
My name is Owen McCready, and I serve as a coastal ranger assigned to Warden Point, a narrow peninsula that juts into the cold Atlantic along the Maine coast. I've been stationed here for nearly 5 years, overseeing the protected marshlands and tidal flats that stretch beyond the lighthouse. The job demands more solitude than most people can stomach, 12-hour shifts, unpredictable weather, and the constant groan of wind against the cliffs. But it suits me. I like the order of it. The sea changes, but the rhythm never lies. Every evening, when the tide pulls out far enough, the old pilings reveal themselves, rotting wooden posts that poke up from the mud just east of the lighthouse. They're remnants from a long collapsed pier, older than anyone in town remembers. I pass them during my nightly patrol, marking how the salt eats away at them year after year. There are about a dozen in all, but the strange thing, the thing I never told anyone outside the service, is that each one bears a date carved into the wood, hand-cut numbers, uneven and old. I first noticed them 3 winters ago. A January tide had sunk lower than usual, and I spotted the nearest piling glinting in my flashlight. 1912. The next one, 1913, then 1914. Each evening, as the tide retreated, a new year emerged further out in the line, as if the ocean revealed history one tide at a time.
Eventually, I counted up through the 2000s. Each year had its own stake, weathered but legible. When I reached the farthest one, I found it bore the current year, 2025. I assumed it was some strange art installation, a forgotten coastal memorial, maybe. I filed it in my daily report as historical remnants, stable condition. But tonight, the tide dropped lower than it ever had. The wind had howled since dawn, pushing the sea back with unusual force. I took the patrol truck as far as the lighthouse gate and continued on foot, my boots sinking into the saturated sand. The fog had thinned, leaving the flats gleaming under a gray, swollen sky. The smell of brine was sharp enough to sting. The first few pilings looked as usual, slanted, crusted with barnacles, streaked white with gull droppings. I ran my gloved fingers over the nearest one. 2019. The next, 2020. Then 2021, 2022, 2023. I kept moving toward the last few, following the shallow curve they formed out into the bay. When I reached the final stake, the one that had read 2025 the week before, I froze. A new one stood beside it. The wood looked fresh, its edges barely weathered, as if the sea had coughed it up overnight. I shone my flashlight across its face and felt my throat tighten. The date was carved cleanly into the grain, the digits still sharp. It read 2026. Tomorrow's date. I stayed there longer than I meant to, the beam of my light trembling slightly in my hand. The rational part of me ran through possibilities. Maybe it had washed loose from farther down the coast, another old piling caught in a storm and driven here. Maybe a prank. Except the carving was new, not worn. Someone had been out here recently, someone with a chisel or knife who knew the exact pattern of the others. But there were no fresh footprints, no drag marks, not even a scrap of rope or wood chips nearby. I crouched down to inspect the mud. The incoming tide had begun to slither back in, filling the shallow depressions around the stakes. The wood creaked faintly, as if straining under invisible weight. I took a few photos with my work phone, zooming in on the carving, then stepped back as the water lapped at my boots. My mind kept snagging on one thought. The newest date had appeared before the day it marked. I didn't like how that sat. By the time I made it back to the truck, dusk had pressed down on the horizon, a dull bruise of color fading over the Atlantic. The wind had died entirely. I radioed the lighthouse keeper, old Marcy, just to check in. She answered on the second call, her voice crackling through the static. "Rough surf tonight?" I said low tide went farther than usual. Couple of new pilings visible. You notice anything strange out your way? A pause. Then, not strange exactly, but I could have sworn I heard hammering around noon. Figured it was you working the fence line. I hadn't been anywhere near the coast at noon. Back in the ranger cabin, I uploaded the photos to the station archive. The metadata confirmed the time, 1743 hours. The image resolution was poor in the mist, but the carving was unmistakable. 2026, clear as day. I stared at the picture until my vision blurred, trying to catch something I might have missed. Tool marks, inconsistencies, shadows. But all I saw was the faint gleam of wet wood and the steady tide inching closer. Outside, the fog returned, pressing against the windows. I could hear the distant churn of the sea as it crept back toward the pilings. I told myself I'd check again at midnight when the tide peaked. I needed to be sure it wasn't just driftwood or that I hadn't misread the numbers. Still, a part of me, the small irrational corner I tried to keep buried, felt certain of what I'd seen. Tomorrow's date was already there. I logged the sighting in the report system, but left out the year detail. The department doesn't handle superstition well, and I wasn't ready to sound like one of those backshore cranks who see omens in tides. I closed the file, powered down the computer, and tried to focus on the rhythmic sound of waves breaking in the distance. But as I turned off the lantern for the night, I caught a faint glow through the fog. It came from the direction of the flats, right where the pilings stood, buried in the dark water. The light flickered once, then twice, before vanishing. The tide was still rising.
I waited until the clock struck midnight before heading back out. The fog had thickened to the consistency of smoke, swallowing the beam of my flashlight just a few feet ahead. The tide was nearing its peak, slapping against the rocky bank below the lighthouse. I told myself I only wanted confirmation that the new piling would have vanished beneath the surface like the rest, just another wooden post in the sea. But the unease sat deep in my chest, pulsing in time with the waves. The sand was slick and cold under my boots as I crossed the flats again. I followed the same narrow trail as before, past the tufts of beach grass bent low from the wind. Every sound was amplified: the crunch of shells, the distant hiss of surf, the faint creak of wood shifting under water pressure. The fog pulsed in soft waves, thinning and thickening like breath. I reached the edge of the tide and swept my light across the water. Only the first few pilings were visible now, their tops glistening. The rest were swallowed by the dark tide. But there, just at the farthest reach of the beam, I saw movement, a faint shimmer beneath the water, like something reflecting from below rather than above. I crouched, keeping my light steady. The glow pulsed once, faintly blue, then again, rhythmic, almost deliberate. The new piling, the one with 2026, sat half submerged. The light came from its base, flickering in slow, irregular beats. The water lapped higher with each passing second. For a moment, I thought about calling it in, radioing Marcy at the lighthouse, or contacting the mainland base. But what would I even report? Strange light under the old pier? They'd tell me to sleep it off. So I stood there and watched as the glow faded completely, leaving only black water rippling against the posts. I turned back toward the dunes. That's when I heard it, the sound of wood being struck. Once, twice, a slow, hollow rhythm like someone driving a nail. I froze. The noise came from the direction of the lighthouse, faint but distinct. The hammering echoed through the fog, steady and patient. 3 beats, a pause, then 3 more. I called out, "Marcy?" My voice vanished into the mist. No answer. The sound stopped. I stayed there for a minute, listening hard. Only the sea remained.
I told myself it was the wind playing tricks, the old dock debris shifting, or a loose shutter slamming at the keeper's quarters. Still, I couldn't shake the memory of what she'd said earlier. I could have sworn I heard hammering around noon. When I reached the truck, I noticed the tide had turned. The water receded quicker than I expected, revealing slick bands of mud behind me. I wiped my boots and started the engine, headlights slicing through the fog. As I drove the coastal road back to the ranger cabin, I caught sight of movement in the rearview mirror, a figure, maybe, standing near the pilings. I braked hard and looked again. Nothing there, just fog. Back at the cabin, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. The heater clicked on and off as I sat at the small desk scrolling through the digital archive of past coastal reports. Most of it was mundane: erosion logs, animal sightings, shipwreck records. But an entry from 1984 caught my eye, filed by a ranger named Douglas Halpin. His notes described anomalous pilings uncovered by extreme low tide, and fresh carving found where none should exist. He listed the year carved then, 1985, and wrote that it appeared before December had ended. Halpin's final line read, "Checked again the next day, the newest piling gone, replaced by another farther out." I scrolled back up. His report was dated December 30th, 1984, the same day I'd found mine, 41 years to the hour. The next morning, a pale light filtered through the window. I hadn't slept at all. The fog had lifted, leaving the air sharp and clear. I could see the sea from my desk, a thin silver line stretching toward the horizon. Against my better judgment, I went back down to the shore. The flats were bare again, the tide at its lowest point. I counted the pilings one by one as I walked. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and then the new one was gone. No 2026, no freshly cut wood, no sign anything had ever stood there. Just a hollow, water-filled hole where it had been. The mud around it was smooth and untouched. I crouched and pressed my hand into the soft ground. It was colder than the surrounding sand, almost icy. The air above it shimmered faintly, as if the heat from my body stirred something beneath. For a second, I thought I saw the faintest ripple, like a reflection of a face just under the surface. I jerked back, heart hammering, and blinked. Nothing there. The wind picked up again, carrying the distant clang of the buoy bell offshore. I straightened and looked down the line of pilings stretching into the sea. Something about their alignment struck me. They didn't form a straight line as I'd always assumed. They curved slightly inward, like the ribs of a great skeleton half buried in sand. Each one angled just so, pointing toward the hollow where the missing piling had been. By the time I returned to the cabin, clouds were rolling in from the east. The forecast called for another storm tonight. Heavy rain, possible coastal flooding. I knew I should file another report, but my mind kept circling back to the journal entry from Halpin.
If his new piling vanished by morning too, then what replaced it? Did another appear farther out? I opened the satellite map on my computer, tracing the edge of the peninsula. Beyond the low tide mark, the seafloor dropped off steeply into a deep channel. If the pilings kept continuing outward, if each new year added another, then the next one would already be underwater, waiting. A squall line broke the horizon by late afternoon. The sea darkened, restless. I could feel pressure building in my ears. Something in the air had shifted, like the moment before a storm when everything holds its breath. I told myself I'd check the flats one last time before dusk, just to be sure.
By late afternoon, the sky had turned a strange color, an iron gray streaked with thin veins of green. The radio at the cabin buzzed with a small craft advisory, warning of gale force winds by nightfall. I knew better than to head out before a storm, but something in me wouldn't let it go. The hollow where the new piling had stood haunted me. I needed to see it once more, to prove to myself that the sea hadn't swallowed anything unnatural. I packed my gear: waterproof jacket, waders, camera, field notebook, and a handheld depth sensor from the coastal survey kit. By the time I reached the flats, the wind was already cutting sideways, slapping my hood against my ears. The tide was halfway down again, perfect timing to catch the pilings exposed before the storm rolled in. As I crossed the wet sand, the world narrowed to grays and silvers. The pilings rose like blackened teeth from the mud, the dates carved deep enough to catch droplets of rain. I moved methodically, photographing each one again for record. The air smelled metallic, like struck iron. Every few minutes, a low rumble rolled across the bay. I counted aloud as I went. 2019, 20, 21. The numbers gave rhythm to the emptiness. When I reached the hollow again, the place where 2026 had been, the ground seemed softer, the mud glossier, as if oil floated just beneath the surface. The water inside was perfectly still, despite the wind whipping everywhere else. I lowered the depth sensor. It should have beeped when it hit resistance at around 2 feet. Instead, it slid in without sound. I fed out the cable 5 feet, 6, 7, and still no bottom. I frowned, adjusted the dial, and tried again. The screen flickered, showing a reading that jumped between 7.2 meters and NA. The device wasn't broken. It just couldn't read whatever lay below. Then, faintly, through the static of wind and rain, I heard it again. Hammering. Slow, deliberate, and close. Not from the lighthouse this time. From under the water, directly ahead. I turned toward the sound, scanning the horizon. The sea rippled in shallow circles around the nearest pilings. The noise came again, muffled but rhythmic. 3 strikes, a pause, then 3 more. My pulse matched its tempo. Something shifted below the surface. A bubble rose from the hollow, followed by another. The mud churned once, and a faint glow shimmered deep below, the same dim blue I'd seen the night before. I stepped back instinctively, heart pounding. The bubbles increased, thick and oily, bursting with a faint hiss. Then, as suddenly as it began,
The water stilled. The glow vanished. I stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, until I realized what the tide had done. It had begun to retreat again, faster than it should. The waterline was pulling back, revealing more of the flats, more of the line. And there, farther out, beyond the last visible piling, a new shape broke the surface, another stake. I splashed toward it without thinking, the wind tearing at my jacket. The new piling leaned slightly, as if newly driven into place. The wood was still pale, untouched by salt. As I approached, the water foamed around its base, dark with sediment. I raised my flashlight and saw the date. My stomach dropped. 2027. The carving was identical. Same rough hand, same deep gouges. The year after next. Lightning flashed behind the clouds, illuminating the entire bay in an instant. For that brief second, I saw the full line of pilings stretching outward, not ending where I thought, but continuing deep into the water, vanishing into the storm-dark horizon. When the light faded, the wind hit full force, shoving me backward. I fell hard, my hands sinking into the mud. My flashlight slipped and went dark. Only the sound of rain remained, except now it wasn't falling evenly. It struck in clusters, like droplets landing on something hollow beneath the surface. I scrambled back toward the shore, my breath coming fast. The hammering started again, louder now, echoing through the ground itself. Each strike sent small ripples through the puddles at my feet. I could feel it in my bones. Something being built beneath, something driving deeper into the seabed. Halfway across the flats, I looked back one last time. The new piling, 2027, stood taller than the others, straight and deliberate. Behind it, lightning flickered again, and for that brief second, the water reflected not one, but dozens more stakes, reaching into the deep, ghostly outlines in the storm glow. I ran the rest of the way to the cabin. The storm hit an hour later. Rain battered the windows in sheets, the kind of coastal downpour that erases everything outside. I sat at the desk, soaked and shaking, trying to process what I had seen. Every logical thought I had collapsed under one impossible fact. Those pilings weren't remnants, they were predictions. Each one appeared before its year came, and when the time passed, it sank beneath the tide, replaced by the next. I pulled up the old reports again. Halpin's final log, the one from 1984, had an addendum. I'd missed it before. A note added 2 days later by his replacement. It read, "Ranger Halpin missing. Last seen near Warden Point Flats. No sign of distress. Year marking for 1986. Appeared 2 days after his disappearance." My chest went cold. I checked the timestamp on my photos from earlier. The last one, the shot of the 2027 piling, had saved automatically. When I opened it, the image looked normal at first. Gray sky, sea foam, the new post standing proud. But near its base, almost hidden in shadow, was the faint outline of something else. Not driftwood, not rock. It looked like a hand. Silt-covered, reaching upward, fingers half curled as if gripping the piling from below. I stared at it until the storm swallowed the world outside the window. Then the hammering started again, this time faint, somewhere beneath the cabin floor.
The first blow rattled the lamp on my desk. A dull, distant thunk, then another. 3 beats. A pause. 3 again. I held still, listening to the rhythm I'd already come to dread. It was unmistakable, the same pattern I'd heard out on the flats, except now it was coming from directly beneath me. The cabin was old, wood-framed, built on stilts to survive storm surges. I dropped to my knees and pressed an ear to the floorboards. The sound came clearer through the timber, deep, slow hammering against something hollow below the foundation. The tide shouldn't have reached that far inland, not even at high surge. Yet there it was. I grabbed my flashlight and storm jacket, heart thundering harder than the rain outside, and flung the door open. The world beyond was chaos, wind ripping sideways, rain blinding. The beam of my light barely cut 5 feet ahead. I stumbled down the short steps to the ground. Cold water surged around my boots, ankle deep already. The hammering didn't fade. It grew louder, more urgent, like something knocking to be let in. I circled to the side of the cabin, where the sand gave way to mudflats during extreme tides. The water was climbing, dark with churned silt. Beneath the cabin I saw the pilings that held it upright, 12 thick beams driven deep into the ground decades ago. For a moment they looked solid. Then one of them moved. Just an inch, a twitch against the current. I shone my light lower. The surface around it was boiling, not from heat, but from air escaping below, rising through cracks in the mud. The hammering was coming from there. The ground heaved once, then settled. I stumbled backward, splashing through the floodwater, slipping on seaweed dragged in by the surge. Something brushed past my boot, smooth, rounded. I first thought it was driftwood, until I saw the carving on it. The same fresh-cut numbers, the same wood grain. It had drifted inland, or been carried. I dropped the light. Panic made my hands clumsy. When I picked it up again, the beam caught the waterline just behind the cabin. Something stood there. It was another piling. Not driven into the ground this time, just upright, resting in the floodwater like it had been placed. The surface gleamed slick, newly carved. The date was still wet with sawdust, 2028. Rain hammered my hood, drowning out everything except the pulse in my ears. I backed away, flashlight trembling, when I noticed something else about it, something that made my stomach twist. The wood wasn't just new, it was still bleeding sap, seeping from the grooves of the numbers. Whoever or whatever had made it had done so minutes ago. A crack split the air behind me, the sound of splintering wood. I turned toward the cabin. One of the foundation posts gave way with a groan, sinking a few inches into the mud. The structure shifted. Inside, through the fogged window, my lamp flickered. The floorboards bulged upward from below. The hammering started again. This time,
I didn't wait. I ran for the lighthouse. The beam wasn't on. Marcy must have shut it down in the storm, but I could see the faint outline through the rain, maybe a quarter-mile down the coast. The sand sucked at my boots as I pushed forward, lungs burning. I glanced back, once, only once, and saw the line of pilings rising through the storm tide, each one shining faintly in the lightning, their carved years stretching farther out than before. When I reached the lighthouse stairs, the door swung open before I touched it. Marcy stood there in her raincoat, face pale. "Owen," she shouted over the wind, "you felt it too, didn't you?" I nodded, breathless. "The ground, under the cabin, it's—" "I know," she cut in. "The rocks below the point, they've been moving. The foundation's shifting. Come up." Inside, the wind roared through cracks in the walls. The whole tower trembled. She led me to the top platform where the sea stretched out in violent darkness. From that height, I could see the full curve of Warden Point, what little the storm allowed. The pilings formed a long, uneven spine reaching into the Atlantic, and at the very end, something else glowed faintly beneath the surface. Not a reflection, a steady, pulsing light, far below. Marcy saw it too. "You see that?" she whispered. "It's been there every year since I started here. Thought it was a shipwreck beacon, but it's getting closer." The light pulsed again, blue-white like lightning held under water. The sea between it and the shore seemed to rise slightly, swelling with each beat. The wind shifted, carrying a deep groan across the water, not like thunder, but something drawn out, almost vocal. The pilings shook. Even from here I could hear them creaking against the waves. One snapped clean in half and sank. The others followed, one by one, disappearing into the rising water as if pulled from below. The line shortened, then stilled. Only the glow remained. For a long time, neither of us spoke. The storm drowned out everything human. Then, as the tide reached its peak, the glow faded. The sea flattened. Silence returned, too complete to trust. I stayed in the lighthouse until dawn. When the storm finally passed, we climbed down to inspect the shore. The flats were smooth, wiped clean by the surge. The old pilings, every single one, were gone. Even the hollows had filled in. Only fragments of wood littered the sand like bones. Marcy found one buried near the dunes, half sunk in silt. She brushed it off, frowning. The carving was faint, but readable. 2029. Neither of us spoke on the way back. That afternoon, I filed the official report. Storm damage to coastal structure. No visible remains of piling piers. I left out the rest. The glow, the hammering, the impossible dates. Some truths don't fit into government templates. But as I wrote, something nagged at me. The year 2029, 4 years ahead. That was too far. The pattern had always been 1 year at a time. I looked up at the digital clock above the desk. Its red digits flickered once, then steadied. 12:30, 2025. When I reached for the logbook, the paper beneath my hand was damp. Not from rain, but from something seeping through the wood of the desk. I pulled my hand back and saw faint smears of sap, golden and sticky, spelling the same 4 numbers across the page. Outside, the tide was coming in again.